We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. You search but you stay lost. We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Reaching for the stars. I wonder where you are. Oh.
I need you again, so stick around. So stick around.
leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Broken love. Broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let go. I know you feel it. Cause you'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide where I go. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let go. I know you feel it. Cause you'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. We're dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost.
Search for you, stay lost.
We're reaching for the stars. We're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too curious. Maybe you should take it slow. Mysterious, that's the part you always show. 'Cause you're too
again. So stick around. So stick around. So stick around.
Leave the world around us. They don't need to know. Come find me where the sun sets and say you'll never let me go. You're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let it go. I know you feel it. You'll always be my broken love. They don't know how we love when we're letting close. With you, I know I belong. Without all eyes on us, you're the one I want. Say you need me. Hide away now. Don't let go. I know you feel the same. Say you need me. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. Broken love. You'll always be my broken love. 'Cause you'll always be my broken love. You're so don't let go. I know you feel it. You'll always be my broken love. We are dreaming in the dark. We are nothing more than dust. Search but you stay lost. We are reaching for the stars, but we're making this too hard. And I wonder where you are. Mysterious, that's the part you always show, 'cause you're too curious.
Yo, what's happening? What's happening? I clicked this off before I had a chance to get back over here. My laptop restarted. But anyhow, good morning. Good morning. Let me turn this down just a pinch. We got to have it playing in the background, but we don't need it up all loud. There we go. Anyways, good morning. Good morning. How y'all doing on this fine Saturday morning? Everybody having a good day today so far, anyways? Did y'all have a good night last night? Or was you up late partying? I mean, I did get a clip, and I didn't know old scary little Coin Savage was having an open panel. I really wish I would have been invited. I've been trying to talk to her on an open panel for a while now. Kind of sad I didn't get the invite. So anyhow, she's always invited up here though. My link's always pinned. Coin, you're welcome up here anytime. Next time you do an open panel, though, set it up to where I get a little warning, okay? Or shoot me an email. You know what I mean? Let me know. Shit, tag me in a post. Well, she kept hinting that everyone was welcome, but she sure as hell didn't tell nobody she was doing no open panel. Because my ass would have been there for sure. I got some shit to say. And since she can't come over here, she's too scary to go anywhere else. She don't get on nobody else's panels. Ain't no other way to talk to the bitch. I'd have clicked that link. Been actually waiting to click that link, to be honest. Music City Mom. Member for 2 months. Whittle Bitty B, baby. Good morning, good morning. Catherine, member for 3 months. Good morning, good morning. Happy Saturday, love. The Saturday Shenanigans. Hell yeah, she is. And I'm not sure what the big deal is about my cricket, but once again, yes, I have a cricket. Yes, I bought it. Yes, it's sitting in my living room. No, I do not use it. No, I'm not gonna use it. The shit pisses me off. You want to be mad about it, baby? Be mad about it as give. You know what? In the same pants you got mad about it in, get glad about it, okay? And unsupervised, my panel's open anytime, anytime. You know that. Matter of fact, I just got your message on Twitter because I don't use Twitter and it's been locked up. It keeps fucking with me. Um, I just got your message and responded, but my panel's open to you anytime you got something you want to say. Okay. Just gonna put that out there. Oh, she was giving cricket tutorials. No. I haven't seen hers yet. She ordered one and she's supposed to be making all this merch. I'm just waiting on it to get here to see all the merch. You know what I'm saying? I'm just, waiting to see. Yeah, I got a cricket a while back. You want me to take you in there and show it to you? It's nice as hell. But guess what? My motherfucking ass don't know how to use it the right way. Well, I mean, I know how to use it. Like I guess I went through it or whatever. But the weeding part and like pulling all like it's super time consuming, and you have to like pull all the little things out. I don't have the patience for that, especially to make a bunch. What's a cricket? A cricket is a machine that you can make stuff with, and it's really fucking cool. I really wish I was crafty because I was thinking I was gonna make all this merch and I was gonna make cool shirts and I was gonna do this. I was fucking stoked, y'all. Like I had it set up. I was gonna do that. I'm like, I had big fucking dreams. Straight up. I said, I'm gonna make this, I'm gonna make that, I'm gonna make hats, I'm gonna do shirts, I'm gonna do sweatshirts. Shit. Shit. What I should have done was listen to you guys and got the sublimation printer, but I didn't know. I mean, fuck, I had no idea. I was just going off what other people said would be easier. Right. Got stoked, and then reality hit all of us. Oh my god, man. Hold on, wait, 9-5. I wish Queen would do a live hammering the cricket. I'm so overhearing about it. If that's all she's over there sitting there bitching about, we got problems. Yeah, seasons. You know what? It is frustrating as hell. I'm not even gonna lie. I even tried to smoke and then go back in there and fuck with it. No, no. I tried. I did not conquer. I'm not going back. Well, I mean, Coin's more worried about my stuff. But listen, so she wants to sit here and ask for my receipts for my lawsuit while I'm in the middle of a lawsuit. But when I ask her for her receipts for her Toys for Tots, it's a fucking problem. Now I'm a hater and I'm being mean and nasty, and I want to know, hey B Tim, what up, man? What up, yo?
What's up? How's things going?
Oh,
As much as she talks about this damn cricket, you would think that she bought the damn cricket for her. Like, I'm starting to wonder, did you buy that cricket? Is this like,
you know what? Queen, send me your fucking address. You can have the motherfucker. You know what? Split your merch with me.
Maybe that could be like the next deal. You'll send her the cricket and you just get like a percentage, like a renter's fee if you give her this. What was this cricket? I don't know.
The shit cracks me up. She's like, I got receipts and I'm gonna drop them, and it's gonna be. I got all the receipts. So I do too. You want them? Do you want them?
Yeah, it's called a lawyer's bill.
She's like, yeah, like $5,000 on a cricket. No, baby, it wasn't no 5,000. I don't know what you taxed your people for to buy yours, but mine didn't cost no $5,000.
Yeah, I don't know. I thought you said, I don't even know. I think it was like a few $100, I think, or whatnot. I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure how much it was.
It's like $300.
Yeah, it's like $300,
something like that. Fuck, I don't know. It's I got the receipts. I mean, shit.
Yeah.
But here, for those of y'all that don't know what it is, here, let me show you what it is. So this right here, as a matter of fact, looks kind of exactly what I got. This one, raw her. There we go. That's kind of what mine looks like. Similar to that. Yeah, $5,000 for a cricket. They said I spent $5,000 on a cricket, and all my subs bought it too. Yeah, they all bought it too. Yeah. So anyhow, that's what a cricket is. It's basically just craft machine thing that you can do cool stuff on. I mean, don't get me wrong, you can do some cool fucking shit. Like I've seen people do a lot of super badass things on it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you have time and energy and talent and shit to put into doing it, you could make some fucking good money too.
Yeah.
There's a thing set up at at Nationals, and they made good fucking money, $30 a shirt, and they had like hundreds of people there buying stuff, buying shirts and little hair ties and sweatshirts and stuff like that. That shit, like I said, if somebody puts money into it, and like like the girls on TikTok, there's a lot of people on TikTok that do it. They make shirts and sweatshirts and shit,
Mm. But it seems like the only thing she talks about is your lawyer fund and this damn cricket. Like that's what I hear most people.
Well, yeah,
talk.
it's all money motivated, but they hate you.
Oh, I know
They're
that.
so tired of your mouth.
Oh my god. I mean, like they always hate me, but you know what? It is what it is. They're welcome to their opinions.
Well, if unsupervised hates your mouth so much, why does she watch? Why not just watch it when you're not on here then?
Why does she even watch?
I mean, nobody. I don't watch hers. I don't know. I don't pay attention to shit she's got to say.
I mean, she's
If
always.
I didn't get the fucking goddamn screenshot said open panel, I wouldn't have known. Coin had her open panel. I was like, fuck, you could have messaged me this shit last night when it was going on.
I mean, I don't know. I think that lady never really liked me for a very long time. And she just, I don't know. It's just some sort of weird situation. I personally don't know her, and she just has this dislike of me, and I just don't really give a fuck. Welcome to the internet. There's always going to be someone that's not going to like your cup of tea. So
JP says unsupervised got boozy lipped last night.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't watch. I went to bed at 10:30 in my, I go to bed 10:30, like 11 o'clock, even on weekends because I like to.
Yeah, we had to talk about that last night.
Yes, we did have a talk about that. My sleeping routine was part of the subject matter.
Yeah, we had a little conversation about that anyways.
Yeah.
Man, let me tell you. It's been some fucking ridiculous shit going on in these streets, that's for sure. So hold on, what do we think about Nick did another live?
He seems to be doing multiple lives a day, to be honest with you. He's doing the whole Betty walking around the same park. Is he walking around the same Pennsylvania park?
I'm like, holy hell, we got a parking lot party. We got another parking lot party.
Well, they said Betty lost it. Oh shit. Morning, how you doing? I did a Tumblr shirt, hat, and kinds, things like that. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know nothing about this cricket. Swear to God, I don't know what the hell's why they always talk about a cricket.
Yes, I have one. Yes, I got it. Yes, I'm sure people, when they sent their super chats and said, here, put this towards your cricket, that's probably what she's talking about when she says people bought it. No, I bought it myself. If somebody said, here, put this towards your cricket or send a super chat or whatever the fuck, that is not your business. That is my business. Just like when people send you super chats and your bullshit, I don't sit there and fucking talk shit to your people, do I? Nope. Sure the fuck I don't. And you know what? I'm about done with folks attacking my fucking people in chats and shit. I'm about done with that bully ass bullshit. I done told you about it already, Savage. I'm done playing that shit. Leave folks the fuck alone, you big bully bitch. You want to be mad at me? You be mad at me. Don't you take it out on the fucking subs. That's bullshit. Leave them the fuck alone. I can't even say the word tamale. No, baby, you can't tell a Mexican mitten mama to choke on a fucking tamale, okay? You could say tamale all day long. You just can't be racist about it, okay? That's the problem. You can't, make racist undertone remarks. That's the problem.
Well, that's okay because
you don't seem to understand. Let me fill you in.
That's okay because they hate Queen Bee, so everything they say is okay. Don't worry. Oh, you got 10 super chats. Savage, make sure you write that down.
Yeah, get your black book out. Write that down right there. CB owner, gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, CB, for supporting the Hive. I appreciate that.
Just weird. People are very weird. Some people get like irrationally
hypocritical fucking cunt. That's what she is, a hypocritical fucking cunt. A bully ass bitch. That's all she's ever fucking been. That's all she'll ever be.
Yeah, but some people get like some sort of irrational anger towards someone. It's kind of weird, but what can you do? It's the internet. People will do what they gotta do. Are we pulling this up again?
Hell no. Little swamp thing. Oh my God, swamp ass. Yeah, she's fucking still crying about the goddamn cricket.
That cricket, the bane of your
That
existence.
fucking cricket, man. Shit. Gosh dang. Yes, thank you so much for the memberships. If y'all got one, definitely give CB a shout out for sure. Oh, look who's in the who's in the chat. Queen super chats. I needed these fucking laughs. I am done. I am fucking done. You guys cracked me up. All right, here we go.
The bottom line is, if you hurt a child like this, you've got a problem. That is the main motivation for me to be hunting who did this.
He's 15.
So basically, this is his little intro, I'm guessing, because here he goes.
There is just not enough, right? In a case like this, there are a lot of avenues to pursue that require intelligence and stuff, and it does take many days. I'm talking 2 or 3. But again, the information so far indicates that he is alive, that he is well, and that people just stopped searching. And this is where I'm going to call out a specific government agency in Tennessee. The Sumner County Sheriff's Department has been receiving credible information for months, information that was sent to the agency that was retained.
Right. They're the police and they're doing an investigation. It's an open and active investigation, Nick, and you know that. So why would they put that out? If they've been getting tips and stuff like that, why put that out? Don't make no sense. You know, the police are not going to put that information out.
That was then sent to TBI, because the way the agreement is, and we're going to be very transparent, so you guys don't think this is some kind of a secretive operation where we're not doing anything, or we're not helping, or we're trying to chase a reward. We're not. That wouldn't make sense. I mean, we would be breaking even, you know. So, because 50K.
And I still don't know about the 50K shit either. Oh shit. Oh shit. Let's see here. Misty Blue says, put this towards your second cricket since you wore the first one out already. Write that down in the black book there.
The black book. The black book.
You better get that written down. Don't miss it now. Beautiful Disaster said information fabricated and sent to Sumner County for months, regardless of the narrative. Let's see here. On the team, no one can trust any of them.
Well, I mean, like, I think this guy kind of, like, he keeps on name dropping. And when I was listening earlier to Granny's watching a little bit, I was like sitting there, I was like, this guy kind of reminds me of a confidence man scam where he drops all.
Oh, sorry. Son, and there it is. Queen Bee's cricket is in the chat.
You're in trouble. You're in trouble. Savage is looking for you. You better head over to the chat. She'll probably want to talk to you. She has some questions for you. She wants those receipts.
She's got some questions. She needs your receipts.
Yeah, absolutely. But this guy kind of reminds me of a confidence man scam. You know what I mean? Where he name drops and all this stuff about how porny what is and all these connections, this mysterious group of people. But like, I feel like this guy is just fucking LARPing and doing this confidence man scam where he's just now going to try to raise money for various things. And that's what I feel like that's the situation right now. And he's bamboozled maybe Dog the Bounty Hunter and maybe even Tony and all the other people trying to make him sound more important.
Yeah, there ain't no way I can sit and listen to this. It's too boring. But somebody said Jay for Justice said he was talking to someone else, or he was sending a message or something. I don't know. I didn't really understand what it meant.
I don't know. I didn't watch her last night. I was, kind of got off late, and I was getting ready for
Do I
bed.
generally refer to my what?
Hmm?
To my dogs? Hold on. They said, do you generally call or refer to your dogs as my? Should have muted. When's that? When was this? What the fuck?
I've never heard you say that about your dog.
Because I've never said that.
I've never heard that ever. That person is obviously a troll because they said disaster troll there. So
Yeah, that.
you kind of need to like actually
Nice try.
nice try, but you shouldn't put like on your avatar that you're a troll. That's a nice try though. Nice try. Fucking IQ of 40 here going on. Were you previously married to Betty? I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, you tried it. Shelby Lynn, hold on. Here's a little something towards your new big screen TV. Go for the 80-inch. Dang, now you're adding that to it. Hold on. Let's see here. Tammy, how do I buy you and Burnt Toast the memberships? I've been given a lot of memberships and I'd like to repay and pay it forward. You have to, I really don't even actually know, to be honest. I think you hit the membership button and it says join or something. How do you do it? I don't even know, to be honest. I think you hit join memberships or buy memberships down at the bottom, maybe. I'm not sure how it works, to keep it real with you. I've never bought them on my own channel.
Hi, Cheesy. What's up?
Hey, Cheesy. I don't know. I think you hit the little button in the bottom corner, but I could be wrong. I'm not sure, baby. I'm really not too sure.
For me, if you got to be a member first before you actually can buy memberships for some reason, and then if you go to the little dollar sign on the YouTube, like little dollar sign, it says membership gifting. You hit that. And
You have to be a member to gift memberships? I didn't know that.
That's my understanding of it.
Oh, that must be new or something. I didn't know that.
That's what happened to me last time, but maybe I'm wrong.
Well, I mean, it could have changed too. We don't know.
Oh, it says you don't have to be a member. Last time it did that to me when I tried to do it for someone else, and it was like, oh, you can't do that.
Huh.
But
interesting. Good to know too. Sometimes it'll glitch. Too. I'm guessing.
The idiot sunglasses are bothering me. I don't know. These sunglasses seem to be his only good sunglasses he has. It's a little weird that he's running around the park in Pennsylvania. Like, I can't really take a guy serious, like, about him having this big organization if you're not in an office talking. Just a thought. While you're running around the woods, like running around a park in Pennsylvania with a cell phone, talking into your cell phone like any other YouTuber and acting like you aren't like any other YouTuber. It's like, come on.
Look who's in the chat now. Queen Bee's receipts, low bout. Super chats. Let's hang out over there one day. You guys are going to be little block bitches. Well, there's that. Became a new member. Thank you. Mystic Butterfly gifted a membership. Oh, Tammy, you got it. Gifted 20 memberships. Dang, girl, thank you. That's really sweet of you. If y'all got one, make sure you tell them thank you. Give them a little shout out. Queen Bee's receipts, low bout. My goodness, you guys. We look. Saturday Shenanigans. I already fired one in the hole, so that's I got the giggles today.
Simmons. He's in charge of the case for CBI. I'm sure you've seen his name, Bobby Simmons. Amazing man, very dedicated to the case, and he is thankful that we are here and it's not because we're bringing it's not about the publicity. It's the fact that this company has opened up communication channels that in the coming days, let's put it like this, there will be 5,000 or 6,000 faxes, missing persons faxes, sent to the need to know places.
CB owner, yes. Matter of fact, Queen Bee, I've missed you. Do I have any dues owed? Yes, panel dues, chat dues, all the dues, okay? Any dues. Be Tim dues, panel dues, chat dues, all the dues, okay? The 401k, I'm gonna need the you know, your paychecks. Definitely the Christmas money. Don't think you or your family or your kids are going to have a good Christmas, because you're not. You're going to break yourself to send it to the hive, right? Ain't that what they say? I think Betty's the one that says that. Even her people went without Christmas, you guys. Went without Christmas.
I'm gonna wait for someone to actually make like the Grinch, like the original cartoon Grinch, and put your face on the Grinch stealing the Christmas presents from all your subs.
Actually, I was waiting on somebody to put Savage's face on it for the tots. So he's the tots stealing the presents because the Grinch steals them all.
Yeah, about to push it down the
I fucking died. I'm like, oh my god, this. Yeah, look, Colleen, I'm gonna need you to step it up. That's it. Donations lapsing. Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna need you to step it up. Oh shit. Hold on here. Hold on 1 second. Well, there's that. Gifted 5 memberships.
CB donated $100.
Did a new membership. Mindy Perkins, thank you for becoming a new member. And holy hell, CB owner, why you do me like that? Here's dues. It says Sue's, but dues for my week of MIA. Well, holy heck. That's really nice of you. You didn't have to do that, babe. That's really sweet of you, though. I was only fucking joking. You guys, we are talking shit. It is a joke. We are fucking, we're just talking shit because that's what these motherfuckers say. So I cash all those checks. Just Samantha, thank you for becoming a new member, baby. I appreciate that. All right, what are we going to go over here? Let's see. Molly, I heard Molly was up at 6 a.m. running her fucking mouth. Her and Justin are in a fight because Justin defended Molly, so he got his wrench yanked. Yanked back. Said, oh, hell to the back. We ain't doing that. Oh, you know what though? Here, we're gonna touch in. We're gonna pop in on old Stevie Crabtree here. We're gonna pop in on him, see what's up with him. See what he's got to add about Dog the Bounty Hunter. Let's check his input on this.
And I think that speaks bounds to his, that's disheartening. Or Sean, as we know, Mr.
I swear to God,
it's a running joke now. He's never gonna get that back.
I swear to God, when they said Sean multiple times, it's like, was that like I thought I was going crazy? Like, did everyone just not know that this guy's name was Sean? I was like looking through Google, like, it was Seth a nickname, and then I just realized, oh, he just mispronounced. I didn't realize that national TV would allow them to like fucking name the father of a missing child's name wrong multiple times. I just couldn't believe it. I was like, was I wrong?
I mean, it's the most horrendous case the dog has ever seen.
Okay, sir. I can tell you a few situations you would not like. I mean, there was a place, no offense, Mr. Dog Bounty Hunter, but, you're from Hawaii. There was a case called Area Sellers where the adopted parents basically starved a child and put this child in a dog cage and starved this child until the child died, and then disposed of the remains. And basically that would be the most horrendous case I ever seen, and that parent still hasn't been. Those two adopted people still haven't been tried yet. That would be the most horrendous case I ever seen, to be honest with you. A little girl being
well, and I
tortured
think
and starved.
everybody, it's different for everybody. But I can tell you right now, Dog has seen way worse than, at this point, a case of, we don't know if he was a runaway or if he was lured out, or you know what I'm saying.
But you know what? You would
We don't know
think
what
that.
it is. But we know it's not horrendous at this point because we don't know. We don't know anything.
I mean, you would think that would be a case that he would focus on. A girl from Hawaii that is still missing. Her remains are still gone and not been found. And that would be a case you would focus on. But I guess that doesn't bring the clicks and views.
I was
because,
going to say that's not trending right now. So,
yeah, obviously. Why would he pay attention to missing children in the state where he made a bunch of money
right.
from?
Come on now.
Come on.
Man, oh man, let's talk about Sebastian Rogers and Dog the Bounty Hunter. We've seen that Dog came online last night on TV with Tony Mathis's Mr. Clean looking head, Seth, or Sean, as we know him now. I'm a little upset that the only part about this is the ending, which is the book.
He said Sean. That's as we know him now. He's never going to live that down. He's always going to be Sean Rogers now. Yikes, 1980. Thank you for becoming a new member, baby. I appreciate you. He's never going to live that one down. That's it. He's always going to be Sean Rogers now. He called Tony Mr. Clean.
Now, if this is all just a big press release, press run for his book, I will say that's disheartening. I will tell you, I grew up watching Dog. I love Dog, man. Him going after fugitives, how Beth and him always treated, people with just the utmost respect, no matter what. And I think that speaks bounds to his, character and who he is. We've got to understand that Dog is much older now. I mean, hell, I'm 34, and I can tell you, I remember watching him as a kid. So time flies, man. For him to make the mistake and call Seth Sean, that's a little worrisome. Just in general fact of like, man, is he briefed correctly, or is it just a general thing? He is older and names tend to slip, man. And he probably talks to tons of people. You can't help to be like, man, you think coming in this case, you would want to say Sebastian's name, and he never once mentions it. He just says the little boy, and then he calls, Seth Sean. Then you have Tony Mathis jump in there with his also superiority with his his eyes literally was half open. He was like, and at the end of the day, he's talking about, the creators that have our best interests. Now, when you talk about best interest, Tony, you POS, you're talking about people that fit y'all's narrative. That's what it is. You're wanting people to fit the narrative of Chris and Katie are guilty. And I'll tell you, I'm not going to do that. I did it at the very beginning. I made a mistake. Hell, I made a mistake even getting involved with Tony at the very beginning, dude. I should have just never even been a part of that. I should have minded my own, stayed in my own lane. I tried to. Got posts out there on my TikTok where, in May, I absolutely said I'm separating myself. I don't want to be a part of this because I don't want to be a negative light on y'all. Unfortunate events would happen where I would take the blame for some knucklehead. And here we are. It's just frustrating looking at this for what it is. It is 6 months later. Are we going to find him? Do we bring him home? That's the question. There's been questions about the truth serum and Nick. Let me say this. I will never judge Nick for his past. That will never happen. I have a past. I don't know who he is. I don't watch his content. But let's just take all the blurry lines out of this, okay? If Nick and Dog can bring something to the table that nobody else has, which is, honestly, that he has connections with intelligence, okay? And Dog, being who he is, man, who knows fugitives better or criminals better than anybody? Dog. He knows how to read individuals. Just because he's a kind person and we see who he is, it doesn't mean that, he doesn't have a general understanding on how criminals work and that he can be, that aggressive person that we need. Something is going on. Now, where the narrative gets me, though, is that they are hardcore Chris and Katie done it. As you see, Seth says, I'm getting custody. There's some... Where is the proof that you were getting custody? Like, where is that proof at? That's the thing. It's always been Chris and Katie need to show all this evidence. Chris and Katie need to show this and that. But where is the video of you at work, Seth? Where is that video? You should be on film. I don't understand. Why would it be so hard to get? And whether it's a parking garage, where is evidence you were there that night? Not just hearsay. I'm talking about video footage of you at work. Second off, let's just be real here, man. There should be some document, right? If you were getting custody of him, you would think in the state of Tennessee, a PP would be around, right? Parenting plan, stating that you were going to get custody of him. Now, maybe it was just for the summer months. I mean, I could see that. Like, there's an agreement between parents where they get him for the summer. But you're talking about changing his schools, doing all this stuff. And in the state of Tennessee, man, they're real strict about this parenting plan now, especially given if two parents can't sign on simple shit. But at the end of the day, I think that all of us are quick to look at, the posting that we put out talking about truth serum and all this stuff. Because when I read it, dude, I even posted on TikTok. I was like, can somebody help me understand this? Like, is there legalities behind this? Because how can you just give somebody something without permission, and not to mention the compound of drugs being used, right? I don't know much about pharmaceuticals. I can tell you that, I was an addict in the past, so I know somewhat about opiates and know nothing of the type of drugs that they're talking about. It's frustrating because I'm like, well, you can't just make somebody take something. Again, I think they came out, reworded it, but I have to sit back as a person that has actually tried to do stuff no matter what anybody says. I have been a part of this, and it's frustrating. It's very frustrating because why this long? Why did we wait this long to get somebody like him involved? And what was it that took so long? And was it, is there things at play that we don't know? I will tell you this. I'm not with the bashing of Sumner County. Do I think that they suck at communication? I'll bash them there. Absolutely. I've actually talked, and Tim Bailey, he can vouch for this, and so can David, which is the detective there. I have even had a talk to David about, hey, man, you need to meet with your media relations team about getting information to the public, not just News Channel 5. There is a huge problem there, and Sumner County just don't want to listen, and that's just unfortunate because I believe they should have a better connection to their community, and maybe their community wouldn't feel so left out. But Sumner County is going to do what Sumner County does best. Probably going to see some changes happen with Craddock stepping in. I'm not a fan of Craddock, but then again, he is younger. He's much younger, and maybe he wants to do things different. We'll see. Talking about keeping secrets or keeping tips from Sumner County to the vest, for what, man? I mean, at the end.
Very interesting. Very interesting. I don't know why he thinks that fucking Nick the Hat has connections to the government. The only connections I've seen to the government is when he got arrested by the government, but that's just my personal opinion. And Dog the Bounty Hunter, yes, in his heyday, he was probably a very good bounty hunter. But there's a difference between hunting down criminals that you have a bounty on and actually looking for a missing child and going through a kind of going through the woods and trying to find this child. To me, it's quite a different scenario. One is a little bit more, you got more clues when you're hunting down a particular bounty. Just saying. Him talking about communications, there should be better communications. It's like, well, I mean, maybe the problem is they don't want to communicate with you because you all are just YouTubers that keep on trying to make YouTube videos. Every time telling people, hey, by the way, Queen, you're muted, just a heads up on that one. Telling everyone that, I've talked to the sheriff. I've talked to the sheriff. Why the fuck should the sheriff talk to you? Number one, just because you have a YouTube channel with like 2,000 people or 10,000 people or 20,000 people or even 100,000 people sub to you doesn't mean that the cops should talk to you. You are a nobody. I am sorry. This is hurts your feelings, people, but you are a nobody to the cops. You are not Fox 5. You are not CNN. You are not even News Nation, which I have a very low opinion of News Nation. Let's just say that much. You are not Court TV. Why the fuck should they all have a group of people wasting their time and money to talk to a bunch of idiots on YouTube? Why? I'm sorry this might hurt your feelings. I got 10,000 subs for my true crime channel. No, who gives a fuck? Sorry, not sorry. So, I mean, you're talking about how the sheriff should change and have some guy employed for communications. Why? So you could change that into content? Okay, who gives a fuck? It's a bad sign when Dog the Bounty Hunter doesn't even know the name of the father because it shows that there is not a real research being done, honestly. I can't trust an opinion. I can't trust Mr. Nick the Hat because he's all over the place and they already got a target. So, and let's say they do find evidence. Let's say they do find magical evidence that points to Chris and Katie's guilt. Could we trust that evidence? No. Based upon Nick's fucking past. I mean, let's be real. With this guy who's my age, by the way, I think he's kind of a little bit naive with a lot of things. I mean, I like Dog and Bounty Hunter. Don't get me wrong; it's a great show. It was a great show at the time, 20 years ago. But it is what it is. That time has come and gone. Let's just say that much. Just a thought process, just a thought experiment. This dude had no business either. Yeah, well, this dude unfortunately got rolled into this whole situation. I think his intentions were pure. I'm going to give that to Mr. Crabtree. But I think the fact is that unfortunately he wrapped himself around with a lot of shady individuals who took advantage of his naivety, naive. I can't say the fucking word. It's early in the morning, guys. His innocence. I'm going to say innocence. I know it's not an appropriate word, but innocence in the scenario, and he got played. And now he's kind of learning. But sir, you have to look at all the angles. You have to say to yourself, who is Nick the Hat? Why is Nick the Hat getting involved? Where is the money coming from? How do you pay for this organization for a case that barely can get, this numbers? You know what I mean? Like, it's not a very big case. It's just how it is. I agree. He has no business trying to get information from Sumner County. He has what is he going to do? What am I going to do? What is anyone going to do? They have no expertise. I mean, what? He has a boat? Fantastic. He has a boat, has radar. Fantastic. Great. Fantastic. I mean, do a round of applause for him. Fantastic. I'm sure no one else has a boat in that area. But that doesn't make you an expert that the cops should even associate with. Same thing with Nick the Hat. Nick the Hat is hungry for content, hungry for relevancy, hungry to be famous. He'll do anything to be famous. He'll lie. He'll cheat. He'll do anything. Make up bullshit. I wouldn't trust Nick the Hat because he will do anything to be famous. And that's the truth. So, unfortunately, Dog is 70 years old, 71 years old. He's probably getting fed a story by these people. And he might be coming into something that he doesn't quite understand, unfortunately, based upon his research. I'm not even sure if he can leave PA either, honestly. And I think when I look at Nick the Hat, I think of him more of a confidence man, where he tries to name drop all these organizations, but not quite say their names. Just say that I have this huge organization backing me up and all this stuff. And to me, it's like, if you believe that, I have a bridge to sell you in Brooklyn. It's a one thing to have a lawyer, basically, you're able to call up and pay or get some free advice from. It's another thing how he's talking about how he's this technology, but never really names the technology. Talks about he has this facilities, but never really just weird. A very weird situation. Just my opinion on that. Next, the hack is a con. They are trying to be relevant. That's all, pretty much. Which is kind of sad if you think about it. I'm looking for a bridge in Brooklyn. Do you know anyone? I have one. I'll sell it to you. Good price too. We'll talk after the show off the record. But I'll get you a good price, Magic Mike. We'll get you a good price on that bridge. But every dog has a day. No disrespect. Let Ellie and FBI do their job and stop with the fake noise. Well, unfortunately, a lot of people have a lot of care in this case, some of which is a little too much. Let's just say, you know what I mean? Like, I've heard people say, I love this child, and I'm like, you're a stranger on the internet that watched very superficial knowledge about this child. It's a little too much. You could say that you care about this child being found and everything, but the whole thing about I love this child and all this stuff, I'm like, it's a little odd, personally. There are lots of people who have felony convictions that take that criminal mind and use it good once they rehab their lives, me included.
Hey, real quick, did you know that I get paid when you talk up here and hold the channel down. You know what I'm saying? When I gotta do something. Did you know that?
I didn't know. Do I get a cut now?
Yeah. That's what I was gonna tell you. That's that was one of the things that was brought attention. I am not even on here half the time, and you guys just sit here and take care of everything, and I get paid for it.
Wasn't that a Laura argument? I mean, like, that was a Laura argument, by the way,
Do
guys.
you know CPS had 36 people in her chat yesterday? Somebody came in and said her channel was dying and stuff, and I was like, nah, it probably ain't that. I mean, I knew it was bad, but jeez.
Well, I mean,
when you call CPS on somebody and then think you do no wrong, and
well, that, and also you're not entertaining and you're boring and you're just basically falling asleep while listening to that Wade guy. I mean,
well, what's up, Cheesy Weezy?
Yeah, I was told the other day in a comment section that I was being used by you two.
Yeah.
I was like, I choose to go up there, so how am I being used, first of all? I said, and second of all, creators help each other out on their channels. If I go live, I would be the same way because I've always got something going on in my life. I'd be the same way. I'd have to leave for a few minutes and say, "Oh, I'll be right back." It's a normal thing when people have lives.
Yeah, my channel's always been ran the same way since I started.
Right. And we choose to come up here.
Mute and I will walk off and go do what I got to do real fast. I'm not gonna,
Right. Nothing wrong with that. I don't mind. That's why we come up here. Part of the reason is to help out. At least I do. And I like to chit chat.
And I appreciate it. Because otherwise we'd sit here and listen to some music for a minute.
Yeah, it would be like as much dead air as Mr. Justin's channel. Man, that man, I saw this clip and I didn't realize how much dead air that man had in between every word. There is dead air. I couldn't believe it. I was like, this is frustrating. How do people watch this guy?
And see, that's what I'm saying. They shit, like I said, the bullshit, attacking people in chats, talking shit to people in comment sections. Here goes Crime Traveler. I was told, why do I bother commenting when no one on the panel ever talks to me? So you stop bullying folks and talking shit to people. That's what you need to stop doing.
I'll answer that question. Usually the reason why you're probably not is because it's like we're thinking you're having a conversation with the chat, you're commenting with people in the chat. When you at Queen or at me or at someone on the panel, then that can be like you can get a conversation going. But I'm not going to be like Laura reading every single comment into the ether because that would be kind of weird and also boring for people. Just a thought.
I'm on my phone. Sometimes I have a hard time watching the chat too. So I apologize if I ever miss anybody's comments.
Well, it happens. I mean, shit, when you got fucking 2,000 fucking people in here, it's hard to miss. It's easy to miss a comment, Seeker here did a $20 super sticker. Says, thanks, B Tim, for filling in for QB. Better write these down in your black book, Sav. Better get them written down here.
I'll make sure to get that cut. I need to
well,
get that
there's
cut.
that. I'm a broke bitch, but for B Tim, thank you, and for everyone. Mitt and Mama, thank you for gifting a membership. That's sweet. Thank you. I appreciate you supporting the Hive, baby.
And another crazy thing I'm gonna have to say is like, is it possible that I jump on this panel not for a monetary gain, but to have an interesting conversation, to have fun? I know that's like a shocker. I know that's a shocker for people. I mean, like that I actually have a job and I come up here as a hobby to just hang out.
Nope. You're a whole liar right now. You sit on the internet all day, every single day. That's all you ever do.
Actually, yeah, that's absolutely a lie. I'm actually a retired 65-year-old man. That's actually in the back of a Chili's right now with a phone. You know, but yeah, I mean, like that's the thing. Like people jump up here to have a conversation and have fun. It's not money motivated. Don't give a fuck about the money. Never will. Don't care. It is what it is. And that's how it is. And I know that's shocking for people like Savage and other people. Like they don't understand the concept of actually just sitting on a panel and just enjoying themselves and just chilling. But
well, Rowena, you're double dipping right now. Okay. She gifted 10 memberships. You can't be doing that when you're giving the 401k up already, okay?
Watch your budget, Rowena.
Gosh, dang.
Well, that's like I was telling them in the comment section that one day that I said,
Better ask Rowena.
I like to come up here and chit chat, but Queen Bee's doing all the work with controlling the panel. I mean, I have a channel of my own, but I don't go live because I don't have time. First of all, second, to do it every single day like you guys do, and it's not my way of making money, so I don't really. It doesn't matter to me that much, and I just enjoy coming up here chit chatting. So, I mean, yeah, I don't understand what people's issues are. This is just a fun thing to do.
Well, I mean, it's most of it's money motivated behind it, jealousy, that kind of dumb shit. Well, now it's we only asked for a receipt and now we're being attacked. We're just I'm like, get the fuck out of here. You think people believe that? She couldn't even crack fucking 400 people in her chat all night because people are tired of her shit and they're tired of fucking hearing it.
Yeah, at the end of the day, people work everyday jobs and they kind of
come on here to laugh and have fun, not to listen to you fucking bitch and cry and complain and be a fucking crybaby all day, every day.
Yeah, like I could come up here and tell you a bunch of my day's problems, but you don't want to hear that because that's not something you come on to log on.
We want to laugh at these fucking losers. Like JLR. That man, don't make me play that song again.
I have to say that's like the best rap I've ever listened to be honest with you. It's a catchy tune. Hey, Seth Rogers. It's a catchy tune.
Hey, you know what? And what would be funny is if you made one that says Sean.
Sean Rogers. Hey, Sean Rogers. Like, that's hilarious.
All right, here we go. We'll finish out with Steven here.
They probably know a lot, and they're just, like I said, you're not cleared, Seth. Chris and Katie are not cleared. So why would they tell you anything? That's the problem I'm having with this. At the end of the day, you're still a suspect. And you hate hearing that. I know that. But it is true. You're a suspect. Chris is a suspect. Katie's a suspect. Now, do I think any of y'all are guilty? No, I don't think y'all are guilty. I'll tell you that right now. People don't want to hear my narrative. They don't want to hear that I think this boy was abducted. It took me a long time to get to that narrative. And I get it. It's frustrating. You don't have a general,
Y'all want to play it right now?
Why not?
They're saying play it in the chat. They're saying play it.
Why not?
No, baby. Clearly I didn't. I found out today, actually. And no, she didn't have over 3,000 views. No, she didn't. No, she didn't. Like I said, she couldn't crack 400 in the chat. So cut that out. Come on now. But here, we'll play this. Let me see here.
Yo, Seth Rogers, I heard you like him young. You better not go to cell block number 1. Katie was a teen when you fell in love. Then you had a son. Sebastian go missing and now you play dumb. Now you suspect number 1. Wah. Done, you messed up. Wah. You done messed up. Now you're under fire for messing with a minor. You ain't like me. They ain't like us. They ain't like us. They ain't like us.
I have to say that's like the best one I've ever seen, to be honest with you.
Oh my god. That song is too much. I can with this wop. All right, here we go.
Comprehension of I don't get it. Trust me. It's 6 months later and I'm still trying to figure out, okay, the lights and this and this. And it's just the black and white paperwork that tells me that Chris and Katie didn't do it. Again, can get, a little wishy-washy, right? We have emotions that play into everything. If you look at everything for what it is, I mean, there's alibis, there's stuff going on. The only person that I think anybody still questions is really honestly Katie. But at the end of the day, I'm telling you, there's nothing there. I mean, it might be a simple case and I don't mean simple in a way of oh, this is easy solvable. No, it's it's simply what it is. The young man left his home in the middle of the night. That's what it is. Now, tell me how come, again, if we're so hell bent on Chris and Katie providing all this stuff, then why isn't we held the same standard to Seth? I mean, really, if there's the footage out there, I've never seen it. I've never seen footage of Seth at work that night. I've never seen any proof from Seth that he was where he was supposed to be. So again, everybody demands all this from Chris and Katie, but the moment we start demanding it from Seth, it's all hell breaks loose. Now, mind you, when it comes to the dog situation, I'm happy he's here. And if he can make things happen, then let's give it a chance, man. It's 6 months later. What the hell do we have to lose? Like, does it frustrate me that it looked as if it was for a press run for a book? Yeah, man. But again, the Nick thing, the truth serum, and all this stuff, I have no general idea. I'm truly telling you, I don't know what Nick's capable of. I don't know anything about this man. So why in the hell am I going to attack him? I think it's not going to. I'm not doing it. I made a mistake earlier on in this investigation with attacking Chris and Katie. I refuse to do that ever again. What I will say is we've got to hold all that are involved to the same standards across the board. That's it. I don't understand why, it is that Tony Mathis continues.
Okay, I think that's fair. What do you think?
Right. Yeah. I think he's saying good stuff here.
Yeah.
As far as giving Nick a chance, though, I'm not giving him a chance. I mean, we'll see, but I doubt he's legit.
I'm not sure why he got involved. I'm still can't put my finger on it,
Well, he's a con man. He's in my opinion, yeah.
He used to go online and, speak to certain individuals because, again, in his statement, in the best interest, blah, blah, blah. Like, dude, shut up. Tony, shut up. Like, really, man. You're one of the worst spokespersons ever, man. Honestly, God. I wish this would be just a Seth and dog ordeal, and hell, even Nick at this point, because I think more things would happen for the good. A lot of things would be probably weeded out, which would be unnecessary BS that surrounds it. But, hey, man, all I'm saying is, look, we have a right to question the authenticity of why dog is involved, but I think he's here for the right reasons. I want to believe that. I don't have a reason not to. I think that the book press, I mean, again, it could be just timing, man. He has wrote a book, and 9 Lives and Counting, and he wants to get it out there to the public, and this is a way to do it. So, I mean, just like creators do, they'll drop their stuff in the link and they'll do this. So really, can you attack him on that? I don't know. I'm trying to look at this from a level playing field. The only thing I'll say I just disagree overall is the truth serum thing, but I think they have came out with a statement clarifying what that is. And that, I mean, come on, man. All of us that care about Sebastian, if we truly care, then, what is wrong with all this? Truthfully, outside of that, Tony's involved. I'm gonna forever say I don't care. Y'all can pick at me if you want. I'm gonna tell you right now. I mean, I get thrown under a bus and dragged through the dirt every day now, so it's nothing new. And I'm going to continue to voice that Tony is he is a terrible person, and he does not need to be involved in any cases. Period. That's just point blank. I think a lot of us that get involved with the cases, it's like a misunderstanding where they think we are actually involved in a sense. It's like, no, man, no, we're all sleuths. Does that make sense? We're all digging for answers because a certain case or a particular thing has caught our interest and we care and are passionate about it. It's just like things like, dude, I get dragged by Jay for justice all the time, dragged by BHB. At the end of the day, they're all content creators. Again, I don't have a problem with Jay first and foremost. What I have a problem with is like the whole just constantly dragging me for what? You know what I mean? And at the end of the day, I do like Jay's content, so I'll never lie about that. I've watched her. I think she's kind of hilarious, to be honest. But it is what it is. We've got to approach this a lot different, man. And I just don't want to be the person that continues to go down this route of attacking everything, especially Dog and them, man. Let's see what they got. Let's see what they bring to the table. Let's see if they can get this young man found and brought home. I think that's what matters. That is truly.
And you know what? They very well may do something good.
But you got a donation, like a $50 donation.
All in all, oh no shit. Hold on, let me see. Miss Rowena, hold on. Here we go. Virginia with a $50 super sticker says, carrying the hive with us as we travel today. Wop, wop, wop. Happy Saturday. Thank you, Virginia. I appreciate that. The wop, 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 wop. Safe travels. Season says safe travels.
what y'all feel, that you know, Miss Sebastian is the first and utmost important to you guys, then obviously, hey, let them do their thing. Let's see what happens. Let's see if it brings them home. Please do not go on a Chris and Katie hardcore spree, because you have the ability to be able to convince a lot of people, dog. You really do, man. I hope that you attach yourself to this looking at both sides, not just Chris and Katie. Anyways, like, share, subscribe, do all.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think that's fair. I'm surprised he's being like that, because he was standing behind Seth 100%. You know.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
Jay, are you still in here? I wasn't really sure what you were trying to say last night. I mean, I'm not sure. I didn't know if there was if you wanted to pop up for just like 2 minutes and you know.
oh, I think she said
Tell me what
yes.
yeah,
She's
she
still
well,
here.
she was saying something about Nick last night, and I wasn't really understanding too much of, like, I was just trying to figure out what she was saying, because he kept making like insinuations of the person being online all the time, and well, that wouldn't have been Chris and Katie, that was Seth.
Yeah.
He sounds like he's standing behind, I don't want to say Seth or both parents, because he sounds more like he's like behind Sebastian, but I don't know. I'm so leery, and I just kind of I don't know what. Just I'm still trying to figure out what she was saying about him yesterday, or the message he was putting out, or whatever. Like the read between the lines. I'm not really understanding what he's saying.
Well, I was watching last night, and she was saying that she believes that he's against Seth, actually, thinking Seth is the reason.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure. I was like, "Am I understanding this right?" Hey, what's up, baby?
Hey, you.
Oh, there we go.
I was trying, so I was kind of listening a little bit, and I was trying to understand what you were saying.
As far as the message, you mean?
Yeah, with Nick,
Overall?
because it was kind of like the read between the lines thing. And I'm like,
Yeah.
well, he kept saying something about being online, and I was like, well, shit, that's like more like Seth. And then you said the same shit, and I was like, what the fuck is he?
Yeah, I almost feel like it was, and I may be wrong. I don't know. It's just I took my time and listened to it, you know, and what I noticed was some half truths, like the things he was saying and kind of like trying to direct towards Katie didn't make sense, like you said. Like Katie, there's no jealousy, like how Dog said, the jealousy, if I can't have them or no one can type thing.
Right.
That kind of stuff just doesn't match Katie. So that's why I was saying, like, he's putting scenarios out there, but he's not straight up saying it's Seth, because he's trying to stay neutral, right? He's trying to appear like he's looking at all three. But he really hasn't said anything specific about Chris or Katie, and anything they've said. It's all been about stuff we've heard about Seth. So it just seems like there's some, like trickery, if you will. I don't know. I don't know how else to explain it. It doesn't make sense for a reason, I think.
Yeah, true friend said, I believe that it's like Miss Upper Thigh says, it's like a reverse psychology thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, did you guys hear him straight up bring up pedo and killer?
Yes, I did. I did hear that. And then you said he brought up two, of the pedos. I'm like, what? So
Yes.
that's when I had clicked in right before you were talking about that. Matter of fact.
Because, like, who else does that align with? It doesn't align with the Proudfoots. So, like, it doesn't make sense, but he's putting the information out there almost like letting someone know, we know. Like, we know what was on your phone. Like, when he started talking about Google searches, those things are saved, You think that those go away because you delete them. They don't go away. And he's like, so if you've been watching porn, You know what I'm saying? Like he's putting these little hints out there that the gig's up.
Right.
And with
Which is the
Seth's electronics like being
right,
kept
and
from,
that's the first thing my fucking mind went to is he hasn't gotten his back.
yeah,
Why?
me too.
It's 7 months in. You know what I mean? We're 7 months in, and Sean ain't got his shit back. What the fuck's going on? What's Sean over here? What is on these devices that he ain't got his stuff back? With the Proudfoots got theirs back.
Yeah, within
Way,
Chris
you
within
know?
hours.
Yeah.
So it was just like, and it just really like, I don't know. It just really seemed like everything was pointing at Seth, but not pointing at Seth, if you will. You know?
Yeah, I was like, there was no name. He wasn't name dropping anybody, but the shit that he was saying, I'm like, what the hell?
But if he did name drop, like let's say, he was just blatant and said, Seth, we know that you were Googling this, that, and the other. They're never going to get Seth to talk to them or even entertain them, right? So you have to play it cool. You can't
Well, yeah,
let.
and at this point, he thinks he's really cool. You know what I mean? Like he's in there, like swimwear with Dog the Bounty Hunter and
Right.
Nick
And
and
now, like, everything's. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Like I say, he just thinks he's really cool. Like he's in there. You know what I mean? Like he's in there with, you know.
Yeah. And the fact that Betty's been hashtagging Dr. Phil, and then he brings up getting on Dr. Phil, I think the last thing that Seth really wants is all of this to come to fruition. His ass doesn't want to go on Dr. Phil. He barely wanted to go on Nancy Grace. So, like, could you imagine Seth being talked to by Dr.
Right.
Phil? So I'm thinking that a lot of these things that are being said, like these little things that are being dropped, are to rattle, kind of rattle and then see behavior from there. Or
Well,
see, maybe he'll confide in someone like, do you think they know more than, the cops? I mean, maybe they've got him wondering, what do they really know?
right.
Hi, Jay.
Because
And
because
last
they
night,
seem so cheesy, right? Sorry, cheesy. But
no,
but he comes across so damn cheesy that, no one's really taking it serious. So they're thinking it's a big joke. Well, what he's saying, in my opinion, is not for us, for our benefit. It's for whoever did this to Sebastian and whoever helped do it, cover it up, assisted, whatever. This is a message for them, not for us. And that's why I think it doesn't make sense to us. Because if you were involved, some of these things would probably be like, oh, fuck. Do they really know this? Or are they just, throwing shit at the wall to see if it'll stick? And then it gets people nervous.
and I have to say, hi, Jay,
Well,
when
Hi,
I was
Cheese.
listening to you last night, some of that made sense, what you were saying, but I have a hard time believing in this guy because he's, in my opinion, a con man.
I
Um,
understand.
and
I understand completely.
all the whole conspiracy, and he's this truth serum stuff and all this other
Right.
BS. I think is all a bunch of hogwash. I think it's all just a bunch of BS.
And I
But
think it's going to appear to that like that to most of us. But if you're working like so this all relies on Seth's cooperation, remember? So he's got to cooperate whether he's uncomfortable or not. Right? So he can't back out or they're going to back out. So he's got to cooperate. So he's going to be uncomfortable. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, we're not going to understand it. I just think it's a bigger plan. And I don't think that Nick's con stuff has anything to do with what's going on like behind him. I think he's the forefront of you know what I'm saying? I don't know how to describe it. I feel like he's just the forefront. I don't think he's doing or privy to anything important per se. I think he's given things to say when they do their daily calls. He's given little nuggets to put out. I don't think he's necessarily that ingrained with the case and the details, if you will. That's just what I think.
I just feel like the FBI could use somebody else or have somebody else, like they have other people, operatives and stuff like that they can put out there to do I just don't feel like if they were hiring Nick to do this or having Nick to do this, why would they have him on YouTube or wherever he's at? I don't even know if he's on YouTube, but where he's making these videos. But why would they have him out there saying all this stuff?
I don't know. I don't necessarily think
You
the
know what I mean?
FBI is. I don't think that the FBI is having him say those things. I don't think it's like that. I
don't
think
know.
that there's been intel shared, and I think they're putting out nuggets as they see fit. But I do think
I don't think. I think it's just an epiphania, where you're just finding a connection with this guy's chaotic behavior. I don't think the FBI would ever trust this guy, or anyone would trust this guy in the law enforcement, because he has a history of falsifying evidence. And if he ever found any evidence, or if he ever actually looked at any evidence, he would have to, any $2 lawyer would probably easily get that thrown out, and anything that he actually finds would be thrown out in the fruit of the poisonous tree. Now, you might believe his little running around, but like, look at the finer details of what he's stating. He states things like he knows this individual, like this group of people, but never names them. That's a classic term, what they do. I mean, that's just, I don't trust the guy. And with Dog,
I know, and I don't think anybody is going to trust him. I don't expect anybody to. I'm just going to listen to what is put out and go from there and see what happens. I mean, I was asked to come up and explain what I went over last night, and I mean, that's just how I feel. I just feel like there's more to it. I don't think he's asking for money. I've never seen him ask for a dime. He's not a YouTuber. He's never been a YouTuber. I've watched this guy.
Right. He said he was from Twitter and that he didn't want people to have to pay. I mean, the only
he's just always been a gonzo journalist. Just like JLR. They worked hand in hand for many, many years. They're from the same place.
So that's another thing I didn't know. I wasn't aware of that. See, I knew they knew each other from the Cavalcante thing. Like I knew, you know what I mean? They did that kind of stuff.
No, years before that. They've worked for the same media company.
Yeah, they were.
Content.
Yeah, they were for the same media company. That is true. They were.
Okay. Yeah, we saw that when Crude was being sued by BHB. He wrote an article for that YC. JLR did. He wrote an article about the Crude situation. So we knew there was a connection way back then, even.
Yeah, they've known each other for a long time.
Yeah,
I just think that JLR has just taken a different path with YouTube and a content creator more so than Nick has. But there are people that do have bad criminal records that do work in certain capacities, and that's all I can say.
Right.
I know it sounds like a movie, but I mean, it is what it is.
Well, she said there are people out here saying Dog is playing dumb to draw Seth out, just like people saying he's there to expose Chris and Katie. In my opinion, Dog is here for Dog, not Sean, not Tommy, not Chris and Katie, and not Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with that.
People, I mean, at first, I think a lot of people just heard him, naming the Proudfoots or kind of, pushing things their way. But if you really listen to last night's, he straight up says, if you really listen, he says about someone going to jail in cell block. He says, this is not for Kate. He says, there is a cell for you, and this isn't for Kate. You got to listen to him. He talks in riddles. It's weird, but he's not talking to her. I guarantee he's not thinking Katie's going to end up in jail. And I think it's interesting that he calls her Kate, because who else calls her Kate? Robin Rogers. Robin Rogers in her post on Facebook where she said Kate took 2 polys and passed. I just think these are all little trigger words, and I don't know. It's just me.
Yeah, it is. Here, this is a post he just put up 6 hours ago, and it says, day 193 recap. Here, I'll pop it up real quick. It says just from 6 hours ago. You've already seen it, I'm sure.
No, I haven't.
Oh, I was saying okay. So yeah, let's see here. There remains a better chance than not that Sebastian Rogers, 15, might be alive. As the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers continues into its 193rd day, authorities and search teams remain hopeful that he is alive. Current leads suggest that Sebastian could be receiving care and possibly attending school under an assumed identity. What? Possibly attending school under an assumed identity.
Outlandish, right? So what I'm trying to figure out, Queen, is he's throwing out two narratives, right? And so is Dog. Now, Dog said, this is the most horrific case that I've ever seen. That makes it sound really, really bad, right? Well, we got to remember there is a $50,000 reward for a reason. But then he talks out of the other side of his mouth and says, I think this boy's alive. So whoever did this to Sebastian knows whether he's alive or deceased, correct? They would know. So I think that these posts seem outlandish to us, but they may be to get someone to talk. If it's that outlandish,
here, look,
that person may say something about it.
Look, current leads suggest that Sebastian could be receiving care. And current leads, that means somebody has given them tips or leads to say this.
Or they're putting it out there to see if, somebody goes against that and says, there's no way that's happening. Like, there's just you don't know who they're talking to. You know what I mean? Like, what if Seth says, oh, I don't believe that. Like, there's no way he could be out receiving care, and then they'd be like, well, why do you say that? Like, how would you know? It starts conversations. It opens up dialogue. We don't know if Seth has been cooperative. They say that, but has he really? Because I don't see him being on the horn calling the police every day to find out information when he straight up says he's keeping his leads.
Well, not only that though, he made that post. So the day of the Voices bullshit that Betty put out or whatever that she did, he called up there and they told him they had information and they were not going to tell it. And he said, well, why are you not going to tell me? And they said, because we're keeping it, you'll find out tomorrow, they said.
Mm-hmm.
It pissed him off so bad that he came out and made a post directly towards the, police department. Downgraded the hell out of him and said he doesn't understand why that Sebastian's not important enough to them and he's important to him every day and blah, 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 blah. I mean, he just fucking went off.
Mm-hmm.
Here, matter of fact, I'll pull it real quick. He actually said some really shitty things.
And I don't think anybody has to buy what Nick is selling. I don't think that's why he's doing this. And I think that, like he said, come troll me. I just think there's a bigger plan behind it. I think Nick is a distraction.
So,
I don't think
Seth Rogers' post. It says it isn't about the lack of humanity. It is about evil versus good. Major Tim, Sumner County Sheriff's Office, informed me today when I called him about Sebastian that they have information on the case, but they don't feel like sharing it with me today. He said they will share the information tomorrow. So they told him they will share the information tomorrow.
They don't feel like it. In other words, no, they probably told him, we're going to make an announcement tomorrow.
Right.
But to him, they didn't feel like it.
Right.
I don't have time for you.
And he dog whistles basically the, evil versus good. Major Tim, Sumner County Sheriff's informed me today when I called him, that, but he doesn't feel like sharing it with me today. And then he goes, he will share that information tomorrow. Why does my son have to wait until tomorrow? Are you kidding me? He is important to me every day, yesterday, today, and tomorrow. When will they going to remember that they are supposed to protect and serve the people and stop serving themselves? So the next day they come out with a $50,000 reward.
Yeah. And that's not good enough at this point. They come out with it and then he goes on the news and the news lady says, Seth Rogers says that the $50,000 reward is great, but he wants more from local law enforcement officials. What? 2 months ago, he wanted everybody to sign a fucking petition to get the FBI involved. Now he's counting on the locals. I mean, it's never good enough.
I just think Nick is. I think he's just like us. We sit here and we say things like a month or so ago. I was like, I'm side-eyeing Seth. We may find Sebastian in Texas. I said the same kind of stuff.
But
because
he's not like us, Cheesy, because Dog the Bounty Hunter is retweeting him. So that makes him different than us, because that doesn't just happen. There's more. There's got to be, because they're just not going to do that. I mean, go look at Dog the Bounty Hunter's X account. He doesn't just retweet anybody. That's what just doesn't make sense. Like, I could see if Nick was just doing this on his own with no backing. But I know a lot of people don't like Dog the Bounty Hunter. They say he's a celebrity. He's this, he's that, whatever. He still has a reputation. He's still a public figure that's not just going to willy-nilly, retweet.
I mean, he willy-nilly went on a show and accused Chris and Katie of kidnapping their own son.
But did he?
Yes, he did.
I don't feel like he did.
He did.
a lot of people think that was like a reverse psychology thing. They were even
totally
commenting
was.
on my comment section too, on my community posts,
I mean,
that
look
they
what
thought it was
Tammy
a
Lee
reverse.
did to Chris. Tammy Lee told Chris that she thought Shanann Watts killed the kids. It's the same concept. It's the same tactic. And it made Seth very freaking uncomfortable to even hear that scenario.
I just think, like, most likely.
I mean, a custody battle, though, beats him. No one was battling except for Seth. He's the one that wanted Sebastian, and Sebastian didn't want to go there. So all the scenarios point to Seth.
Well, what if this is a scenario. What if Mr. Seth and Tony Mathis sat down, told him the scenario, their little plan, and they got really uncomfortable when basically it came to light the information that they were hoping to just keep it in the background, and that's why he got uncomfortable, because he didn't expect Dog the Bounty Hunter to say that on national TV, because they've been trying to keep it like low down, like on social media, of accusing Chris and Katie, but they usually try not to state that on national TV because they know that it's going to look bad on them.
Right, but the jealousy and the custody battle doesn't fit Chris and Katie. That doesn't even fit. Like, why would Chris or Katie be jealous of anything? That would be Seth. The one who hasn't had a girlfriend in 7 years. The one, you know what I mean? Like, I just feel like it was put out there, but not directed at Seth. And I don't know if for all we know, all these months, Chris and Katie could have been working with law enforcement and saying good things about Seth because they had an investigation going on. I mean, we don't know if Chris and Katie know, hey, they're going to direct things towards you guys, but it's all part of this. I mean, they have to solve crime somehow, and they do it by tactics. So I'm willing to sit back and wait and see what happens.
No, that's all any of us can do.
I mean, the dude's not asking for money, so I don't see why it's dangerous, because he's not asked for a dime. So I just don't see why it's... I mean, we've got all these TikTok people grifting left and right. No one says shit. This guy comes out with a celebrity who's been known to capture criminals, and it's a big deal, and he's a grifter. I just don't understand it. I don't see the grift from him, unless I'm missing something.
Well, he could be trying to grow his company. He's got a company that he's trying to grow, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, he does.
But he's not advertising it. I mean, he says the name, but he doesn't. I just don't see the grift. I'm missing it.
Yeah, I feel like, he's trying to put his company out there, and so that if it does come out that Seth is responsible for Sebastian going missing, and I honestly, I have a feeling that Sebastian is still alive, and I hope it is a custody thing where Seth is hiding him out and he's just playing video games in a room. I really hope that's true, because then I know Sebastian is being taken care of and he's okay and he's safe, and that would make me feel really good. I mean, I would feel really bad that his dad did that, but I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's better than the alternative, right? Thinking the alternative. But
you might not see the grift, but Cloud, just like Cappy says, Cloud is the new currency. This is a man that only gets like 5 views on a normal post, but suddenly he's got a lot more.
I mean, I could see if he wasn't working with Dog the Bounty Hunter, yes. I would say, yeah, this dude came out of the blue and he doesn't know shit.
Well, I was trying to finish my thought, and because like the Cavalcante case, he said he pointed at a cornfield or whatever and said he's in there or whatever, or his camera went that way or something like that. I can't remember. But anyways, all of a sudden everybody thinks that he solved the Cavalcante case. And so I feel like he's just putting this out here as it being that he thinks it's Seth, and he's putting it out there so that when it does end up being Seth, he looks better, like the Cavalcante case. You know what I mean? I just it's almost like all the other things that some of these other people do is they just throw all this stuff out there, and whatever hits, then they're like, oh, see, I was right. You know, I don't know.
Hey,
I mean,
Miss
you might
Brittany,
be
you're up
right.
here with us.
I mean, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I was asked to come and
Right.
explain my thoughts. That's all.
No,
I'm
and
not. I mean, I see this chat bashing the fuck out of me for having an opinion. It's crazy.
no, don't
Yeah,
bash
no,
her for that.
Yeah, please be respectful to the panel guests. People have
Right.
different
I like
opinions.
Jay. Jay has always had a good show. I like her. She can have different opinions than us. That doesn't mean that she's a bad person or whatever, you know. Just so don't do
Yeah,
that.
I don't know why the personal attacks have to come from this just because I choose to look at this differently.
And we're having a good discussion up here. I think it's fun to have a good discussion like this
It's
of
an open
different
panel
opinions.
for a reason. Yeah, it's an open panel
Right.
for a reason. I mean, people, you guys got to learn.
Well,
to
let's
be
talk about Dog showing
other
his
people
book.
that
Do we
I
really
enjoy
think
these
that
kind of
that's a
conversations.
grift? Do we really
Yeah.
think that showing a book
Yes.
when they go on that's
Yes.
what public people do. That's what they do. That's what they do. He's not the only one that shows his book when he goes on a show. I think that these things are ruffling the feathers.
No, but I
of
do think
people.
that's the very first thing he did was show his book. You know what I'm saying? Like he put his
Of
book
course
out.
he did.
Ever even called, you know what I mean? And then
Of course
and then
he did.
calling Seth Sean not once but twice back to back.
Yeah, what do you guys think? Okay, so what do you
And
guys let's talk
usually
about
when
that.
people are doing book promotions, the book is even slightly relevant to the topic at hand, which his is not.
Oh, I don't know about that. I just know that when public people have a book or something to promote, they do. I mean, of course they're going to take that opportunity. I mean, why wouldn't they? It's just the way of it's just the way of the world. It's the way of the media. But it doesn't mean he doesn't care. It doesn't mean that he's not involved. That just is par for the course, in my opinion. But can we talk about the Sean thing?
Miss J, can I say something
Brittany.
real quick?
Sure.
I think Dog is in it to get.
You cut off on us, baby. Miss Brittany.
Can you hear? Hold on.
Yep, we can hear you now, baby. You just cut out on us when you were talking. Oh, well, while we wait for her, Little Shoe did a 999 super sticker. Thank you so much, love. I appreciate that. Brianna, do you want me to read yours? Because you're up here, so I didn't know if you wanted me to read the.
That's actually what I'm up here to talk about.
Oh, okay. Let me read it then. We are looking for a missing 15-year-old boy. We aren't looking for all the different bullshit theories and big plans. This brings zero focus back to Sebastian. This brings focus to creator fuck shit. Again, let's talk about that. And so I just wanted to put that out. You know what I mean? Read that out for hold on. Girl mom. I just learned about Alicia Navarro from Arizona. Please look this case up. It's very similar to Sebastian's disappearance. She was found 4 years later. Yeah, we actually, you know what? About 3 or 4 months ago, we talked about that case, and we also talked about the one with the little boy that was in they found him in the chimney. Actually, I don't know why I can't think of his name right now. You guys know what the case I'm talking about? The little boy that
I do.
was on his way to school, and he went in that abandoned house. Okay.
Yeah, I don't remember his name, but I remember the case.
J for Justice sounds logical. Nothing
Harley
to about
Dilly.
the Cavalcante case.
Harley Dilly is the kid.
Yeah.
Harley Dilly. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's yeah.
And SF Investigate seems to think he's about a mile from home still. He shared these amazing SAR maps that they use on X. If you go to his X, you can see these maps where they have like priority 1 zone, priority 2, etc.
Well,
and he posted it just a couple days ago that he still believes that that area may be of interest and that they're going to be doing a search unbeknownst to the public. And who knows, that could be going on now. It could have already happened. I don't know. But he's out in Nashville and there's things happening. So I'm willing to listen. That's all I'm saying.
Now, here's my opinion growing from the super chat that I wrote. Nick being involved, in my opinion, blanket disclaimer, Nick being involved, Nick doing what he's doing, Nick saying what he's saying, if he is their front man and he is openly advocating for breaking the law and spoiling any evidence that could be collected as a result of it, if that's their front man, what are they saying behind him? Because if that's what they're saying out loud, the quiet part is way worse. And I don't see platforming or promoting Nick as any different than platforming or promoting fake best friends, fake neighbors, fake dog handlers, or anyone else whose bullshit we are still dealing with all these months later. We don't help. Dog is not going to help. Nick is not helping. They are making it worse.
Why are you so negative out the gate? I mean, this is
because
only
I
been 2
have been
days.
dealing with this,
With
as
what?
we all have for the last 6 months, and because I am sick of people coming in, exploiting families, exploiting children, taking advantage of them, getting away with it over and over again, and then doing it over and over again, and somehow being celebrated. No.
Who's being celebrated? I'm confused.
Nick is, dog is, everywhere.
I don't think anyone's celebrating Nick.
Not over here.
Yeah, I don't think a fuck about Nick. Dog, I think he's being like fucking bamboozled, me personally. I think he didn't really look into this case, and I think he's being bamboozled.
But if he's breaking the law, don't you think law enforcement will handle that? Why do we need to be worried about that? We're not the cops.
If he's breaking the law, why do we need to platform him or talk about him in any way whatsoever?
I'm not saying he's breaking the law. You are. I'm not.
Because drugged confessions are inadmissible in a court of law, and any evidence that could come about could even be tangentially related to a drugged confession is automatically thrown out, which means even if they do drug Seth, and even if he does voluntarily confess to something, guess what never happens?
I don't know, but why do you sound like Voices with a voice changer right now?
No, this is
I have no idea.
Yeah.
Probably because she and I are very good friends and we think a hell of a lot alike.
I guess. You both seem to not like me, so I'm feeling it.
No.
Elevated Truth, you're up here. Miss Brittany, you're up here.
Hey, Truth.
What's everybody doing?
Can you hear me now?
Hi, Brittany. We can hear you now.
Can I say a couple things and then I'll hop down? I'll make it really quick.
All right.
Miss J, I respectfully disagree. Dog is in it to get a reality show, and that's it.
In your opinion.
In my opinion.
Yep.
He's trying to get his fame back, in my opinion, because he lost it.
Just dropped again. We can't hear you, Brittany.
You cut out on us again, baby.
Poor Brittany.
I know she's.
It's Dog. He's trying to stop Brittany from stating the truth.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
We can hear you now. Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. He's just trying to get his fame back, and I respectfully disagree with you, Miss J. I'm not going to yell at you or be disrespectful. I just want you to know that. But I respectfully disagree. And also, I am worried when this case gets solved and Seth is no longer the popular person. I don't.
You dropped out again, Miss Brittany. We got Seth is no longer the popular person. That was the last thing he said. If you come back.
Fuller says,
Thank you, Ryan Apple Snapple. I had a grandbaby last night.
Oh, congratulations.
Thanks.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Good stuff.
awesome.
Everybody's healthy.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations to you and your family on that. Listen, guys, I just want to take a couple seconds to say something that I'm going to jump down. I've been listening, since Queen started this morning while working in my office. I have a little different perspective. I talked to my chat about it last night, but if y'all just give me a second to give you kind of how I'm looking at it to see if y'all agree. Back in 2020, Lisa, which is known as Baby Lisa, Dog's daughter, started a foundation for missing and exploited children. That she started that with her wife or girlfriend at the time, who turned into her wife. And so that went all the way until 2023. In 2023, I believe they shut it down. February 16th or 18th of this year, Lisa got her bounty hunting license again, her bondsman license again, and rejoined Dog's team. This is right before Sebastian went missing. So I have a different perspective. I think that everybody that's being shown right now has a position and they have a job that they're supposed to do. Dog is going to be the face when it comes to national media because he has that behind him. This Nick character was sent to YouTube to fuck with everybody, right? To get everybody talking about him, pay attention to him, and not pay attention to the case. I believe Baby Lisa is the one who's going to be doing all investigating on the case because that's what her foundation was for, and that's what she has a team already signed with that came on with her, right? So I don't know. I think everybody is so gun shy about anybody coming in. I think in the beginning, the reason why they put that in the release was to get everybody to do exactly what they're doing right now and look at Nick, right? It took all of the attention away from the actual investigation that's going on. And here's my thing. I don't care if it's Nick, Dog, Jesus, Mohammed, doesn't matter a damn to me, as long as we find Sebastian, right? So there's nothing been done yet. It's all words. Everything is words, right? So until we start seeing some actions, I don't know why everybody is freaking out. Now, listen, when it comes to the injection thing and the drugging side of thing, I agree. Everything about that is not only constitutionally wrong, but it's humanly wrong, right? But in my opinion, this was all a ruse to get everybody to look at Nick and look at Dog. This is one of the oldest tricks in the world, and it goes back to one central thing, which is the art of war.
Yep, read the book. Read the book.
Mm-hmm.
Robin bought it for me.
I somewhat agree with that, but I also when I watched the first time with Dog, and I'm understanding what everybody's saying now, why he did what he did, what they think he did, the reason why they think he did what he did. But when I first initially, and I'm a pretty good thinker, and I'm a pretty good, I think I'm pretty good at this kind of stuff, and I'm logical, and I think and I listen to everything with an open mind. But when I first heard him say that this was a custody battle and that he was on Seth's side and blah, 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 I'm worried about Katie because he has such a huge following. Even though he's not in the limelight like he used to be, he still has a huge following that people really like him. I like Dog the Bounty Hunter. I used to watch his show all the time. But he has such a huge following. I'm afraid that people are going to take what he said the way I took it, and they're going to attack Katie. And some people are crazy out there, and I'm worried they're going to attack her.
I think Katie's protected, Cheesy. I really do.
I'm really scared for her. I really am.
I wouldn't be. I wouldn't
either. I think
she's prior military. She's
I understand
highly
that.
armed everywhere she goes. And more importantly than that, Dog has been involved in hundreds of cases. And I'm not a fan of Dog. Let me be very clear. I don't like Dog at all. Okay. But that doesn't take away from the foundation in which he has a lot of people that he can get this information to. Once again, everything that we saw on that original post, not a single thing on it has happened yet. Nothing. So instead of talking about Nick, how about we talk about SF, who on his own money without anybody asking him to is already in Nashville working on the case without pay. Right? Why don't we talk about the PIs that are still working on the case even though they got a cease and desist? Why don't we talk about the people who aren't on YouTube or TikTok or in front of the news cameras that are working every day on this case? See, I'm not paying attention to people that are on national news. There's a reason there. And for anybody to come on here and disrespect what anybody's done, including BHB, as much as I hate her, right, or her way of doing things, right, it's still everybody has put a little bit in on this case, and for y'all to let someone come in and take y'all's attention like this, you're disrespecting yourself.
Truth, I never thought you and I would agree 100% on something, but we do. We do, buddy. We just connected. We
And
just connected.
I love SF Investigates. I'm always shouting him out.
SF Investigates straight up called Seth a murderer the other day.
Yes, my mouth fucking dropped when I heard that. What's up, Grant?
Hey, Queen. Hey, chat.
How come no one's talking about that?
My mouth fucking dropped when I seen that.
We did. We read it.
Because usually he doesn't say shit like that without having some kind of a knowledge of something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But what Truth just said is, yeah, everybody's focused on Nick. Everybody's outing Nick. Everybody's outing Nick's background. We all know Nick's background. Like, that's not new news. He's said his background. So I think that it's working, whatever they're trying to do, because it has distracted people.
Yeah, for sure.
What
is over here while you know what I mean? While we take care of this over here.
Well, I have a question to that because, like Truth, you just said to distract us from the actual investigation, but we've never had access to the official investigation, right? So in all actuality, they're not distracting us from anything because nothing we've ever had has ever been of actual value.
But Granny, did you see SF said they're there unbeknownst to the public searching? So I think that's what they're trying to do now. I think it's a new, you know what I mean? Like a new thing that they plan this search, not letting the public know. So YouTubers aren't there, blah, blah, blah. Because last time it was.
But SF announced it. But he announced it. So if YouTubers are going to be there now because he announced it, right?
No, because they haven't done it yet. We don't know when they're doing it or where they're doing it.
I mean, the reality of the situation is, once again, in my opinion, is if you look at this, it all revolves around media. Nick said something, you may not believe anything that Nick says, but Nick said something that was very interesting yesterday. And he said that us, the YouTubers, the ones that were essentially going against Seth, is the way I took it, got in the ears of some very wealthy people, and they put their money behind them. Well, when you look at that, I want you to take you back to a specific somebody, and this is just my point of view, just an opinion. We had a certain somebody in here who was masquerading or saying that they were a dog handler. Yet that individual had more information about each one of us and followers than anybody I've ever seen. Is it possible, because they're all from the same area, that she was sent ahead of time by the team to collect as much information as they could, and so that when their team came in, they already knew all the players? Remember yesterday he said, I know all your phone numbers. I know your husband's phone numbers. I know this. I know that.
I don't think so. That seems a little too much, but whatever.
Now they're from the same area. They're within miles of each other.
So your theory is, I'm just want to get your thought process. You think the dog lady was sent in early to kind of test the waters for this group of people to come in? Is that my understanding?
I mean, the dog lady with the production company, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially when you're looking at who are these rich people that are paying everybody's pockets to protect Seth, as he said. If you're going to take what he says, you got to look at it, right? He's not asking for any money. Jay for Justice made a very good point. He's not asking for money. So why are you doing all this? That's like saying that Tony's doing all this, but not making $1 out of it, but he's spending all of his own money. It don't make sense.
Okay.
Who's not asking for money, Nick?
Yeah, Nick the Hat.
He has ads on every 5 minutes.
And
yeah, but that's not asking for money.
That's not.
Oh, right. He just came out. Right. He just came out. He's saying he's being paid by the elite. Why would he need money from everybody?
That's what I said. Someone's paying him. So,
right. So how's he grifting from the community?
Oh, I don't think he's grifting at all. I don't think he's grifting.
Can I ask a silly
question? Someone's putting all this money in there. Someone's putting all this money in there. Why? It's because you would have to recoup it. Dateline NBC, Netflix, Hulu, movies, any of this. And at the end of the day, the only way that they can cash in on that is if Sebastian is found.
So so the people who are backing him are backing Nick and all these people and helping this case because they want to get on Dateline?
Well, any show, Netflix, Dateline, go look at how much. Hold on a second. I asked my chat this last night. When was the last time we had a what was the beauty queen, the young girl beauty queen that was murdered in her home? JonBenet Ramsey. When was the last time we had a JonBenet Ramsey case? And before we answer that, go look up how much that little girl made other people in this world, even to this day. There is massive money behind crime and solving of crime, and this case will be national, if not world. And it has to be grabbed by a production company. It has to be grabbed by someone who has money, and it all kind of falls in line from what we've been saying since months ago. But people have forgotten about that because they've gotten so messed up in their head about these drugs that were talked about. That's all people want to talk about. They don't want to see the other stuff. There was a reason why that attorney released the statement in the middle of the night at like 2 or 3 a.m. That's not what normal attorneys do. It was all done on purpose.
Yeah, that attorney is an idiot.
When things are too outlandish, I feel like there's a reason. Because these people aren't rookies. Like, Dog the Bounty Hunter is not going to align with a bunch of rookies just because he wants to sell his book. That defies logic.
So, I mean, okay, so I'm going to try to get the understanding of this idea. The elites are sent in the dog lady first to test the waters, and they know Seth did it, and they are trying to like lull him in a sense of like security.
I didn't say that.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand.
I didn't say that at all. I'm saying that this is, in my opinion, there's no other type of organization, unless it's some trafficking ring, respectfully, and I don't think it's that, right? That would be willing to put up massive amounts of money with nothing to get back from it. There has to be a reward, and not $50,000.
Right, but is there? Sorry, just respectfully, is there proof that these elites hired anybody? We're hearing it from a guy, but is there anything? Right. So like,
no, but you have Dog involved. But you have
right, but he got involved. He got involved in Brian Laundrie as well. As soon as that got nationally recognized, he was involved in that too.
And there was no documentary that followed that either.
Yeah, there wasn't.
So why does everybody think there's going to be a documentary? He's never done that. Okay.
Dog hasn't been involved in a documentary.
No, Dog wasn't involved in the documentary. My point is, listen, I'm not going to try to argue it. I'm just giving you a different way to look at it, right? We can sit here and pay attention to Nick and take all of our time to pay attention to Nick, or we as creators can go back to what we were doing before they came into the picture, because obviously whatever that was causing enough waves that big money had to jump in.
Allegedly, big money jumped in.
Allegedly. I'll say you're right. Allegedly.
Well, $50K from the feds is big money.
Well, yeah, and then, but then they're asking how if the feds are backing up this operation they're doing, how come the feds haven't said yes? The war's now at 100K, because it's not officially at 100K.
Well, I think it's two different rewards. One's FBI and one's independent. You can have both at the same time.
Yeah, but then they should announce that. They should say there's a $50K reward from the FBI and there's $50K from us. But instead,
they did. He said it last night.
Oh, well, I first
said it last night. He said even if you call, he says you don't have to call us for tips. If you call your tip into the TBI and it pans out and the feds give you a check, you're going to get a second check.
Okay, because at first they were just saying it's now at 100K, but officially it's not.
Well, the potential is 100K.
I think for a lot of people, and speaking of for myself, what I've gathered is his arrogance, is his self-importance, is him coming out here stating he's part of this elite and this renowned company that nobody's ever heard of. It's an umbrella company that has switched names several times. And I think that's what's aggravating for people, is that they are selling a pipe dream.
He's here to aggravate you, though. And you're like,
well, it works.
Yeah. He's here to aggravate you.
Aggravate the shit out of me during Cavalcante, too. You know?
Well, I think that's what he was hired for. I think Dog was hired. If you're going to believe that there's money behind this, right? Just for a second, all else to the side. Okay. And there has to be money behind it for Dog to get involved because of the expenses of him coming here. Right.
I disagree.
So at the end of the day, what do you mean?
Because Dog has the money and the money pays
out. 1 million books? Do you think he's going to sell 1 million books because he was on News Nation?
No, but do you think that he's going to sell less books not being on News Nation? Or do you think now getting his name back out in the headlines with his book advertising before and first most is going to sell more books than he would have sold if he didn't get the news? What other way was he going to get news advertising?
I think the book was just an opportunity to show the book. He was on there, so he part of it. Wouldn't you?
I think it's opposite.
No, you have to understand how
You go
media
on one of
works.
those
If I,
shows and
if
you can promote your own stuff, and people do. I mean, they do it
Right.
all the
And
time.
yeah,
I think that's why he went on the show. I think that's why he's suddenly caring about Sebastian Rogers, is because his book dropped.
You're gonna force me
okay,
to have to buy this man's book and
Can
read
you
it.
can you
I
ask the
disagree.
chat, Queen? Can you do a poll? How many people bought the book after seeing the News Nation?
No,
I'm
because
about
now
to
it's
buy the book.
No
no,
one.
no. Ask the poll how many knew he had a new book before seeing News Nation. That's the question.
Ask the poll
Better
how
yet
many
is how
cared.
many cared. Yeah, who cares?
I don't care.
Who
He has a
reads
book.
books?
I
I
don't
read
buy
books. I read at least 5 books a week. What are
I
you
mean,
talking
touche
Right, but if
about?
with
I'm reading
that.
a book,
I agree
but
with
if I'm
that.
reading a book, I'm reading it on my Kindle. I'm not going and buying a paperback.
I like paper. I
Well,
don't like this Kindle
can-
stuff. I like
Here-
paper
here-
all the
Can,
time.
can I
Here's
ask
the
a real quick
question.
question? I want to know why everybody thinks that YouTubers are so important, that all these elites, all the government, everybody else is trying to make YouTubers
Attract
think
us.
another thing, when
No,
none
they're
of us
trying to solve
are
a crime. They're trying
are
to
that
solve a crime.
important.
Wait. Hold on.
Why
Did
do
you
you-
guys listen to Nick last night? He straight up explained the entire kibosh that Seth did with his searches in the beginning. Law enforcement told Seth not to search. Chris and Katie didn't do it. He did. And he had all these YouTubers spreading all this false information. He straight up said it hurt the investigation. We
Yeah.
saw it go down. Look at all the people that flocked
Well, we
around
knew
Seth
that.
But
with
then
their
he also
fake
said
shit, their fake
YouTubers.
planted evidence, everything that we've seen. He called it all out. And I was happy to hear that, because I'm straight up sick of these YouTubers who are around Seth putting out fake fucking narratives against the Proudfoots, because we all fell for it in the beginning.
But then they put out fake narratives against the Proudfoots as well.
I'm
But-
going to say one thing. I just bought the book, Dog's Bounty Hunter book now.
Well,
So I'm going to read that book right
Maybe
now.
now they're going along with it, Granny, because that's the narrative that Seth has put out for 7 months. Maybe that's how
Yeah,
you
but
get
that's a
someone to
dangerous
talk.
that's
you
a
know?
dangerous narrative for somebody who claims to be backed by the elite to push.
But
right?
dangerous
Because
to who? Who's he
dangerous to
dangerous to?
Katie, dangerous to Chris,
I
dangerous
know
to
they're not talking to
Wow.
Katie and Chris, and they know what's going on,
well,
and they're
still
playing
because
along.
the public opinion is dangerous. I mean, look, they already
Don't you
needed
think
our
But
rose.
Granny, don't you think they've been playing along by saying Seth was such a great dad? We know he's not. They've been
No,
playing
I don't
along this
know.
whole time. They've
I
never
don't know
said
if I agree
anything
with
bad
that.
about him.
That's true.
I don't
Never.
think
Happen,
Seth
but I
brought
don't
him
know.
on. I don't think Seth brought him on.
Neither
I
do
think
I.
that someone in Dog's camp got a hold of Tony. In my opinion, Tony went to Seth. Here's my thing: if Seth is guilty of anything, I don't think Tony knows. And y'all can think I'm crazy for that. But if Seth went to Tony, if Tony knew Seth did something, he would never let Dog come in, right?
Oh,
But if
look,
they
Harley
reached out
Ryder's in
to-
here. Truth. Seth is in chat. Harley Ryder.
I don't think that Seth, that Tony knew. So if Tony goes to Seth and says, "Hey, we've got Dog the Bounty Hunter and another $50,000," Seth has to go along with it, or he shows his own cards. But if you watched him in that News Nation interview, I've never seen that man breathe as hard, sweat, move side to side. I think y'all, and I'm not giving these people credit. I don't know Nick. I think Nick is a nobody in my book. Dog is a nobody in my book, but the one thing that they have that I don't have is everybody's a fucking attention. So y'all keep paying attention to him if you want to. We're going to keep looking at Seth, because I think that's what I need to do on my channel. And if we keep doing that, we were pushing all the channels, regardless of how it was, right? They were all pushing, and that's what caused people to freak out. Every time we get closer to something, a new character comes in. We've got to be smarter than this, guys. We've got to.
Okay,
We're
can I
falling for
piggyback?
their
Can I
game.
piggyback on that, Truth, just real quick? Think about it this way too, y'all. If Seth doesn't, this is contingent on his cooperation. Okay, Seth is getting spooked right now. We saw how uncomfortable he is. If he pulls back, they're public. Seth's not cooperating with us anymore. So either way, Seth is fucked.
Yeah, but the public's going to say, I agree with Seth not agreeing to taking illicit drugs to get I mean, I agree. If Seth backed out of that, I'd applaud him. Good
But
on
that's
you.
not what. But you're focusing on the drug part of it. What about everything else? What about the peddling thing? What about the Google
hypnosis?
searches? What about everything else he mentioned?
But they only mentioned Seth cooperating on taking the truth serum and being
No,
hypnotized.
the whole contract is contingent on his cooperation. Go read it.
I thought that
So
part
if
only
they
you know
came
put
what?
after
on,
they
Another
were
thing,
justifying truth serums.
you know what else is
but
interesting
they
about that release is that they said they're hired by an entity. And you know what an entity was in the Karen Reed case? The feds. The feds were hired in on the Karen Reed case and they were listed as an entity. It's the same wording. I
I
can't.
just think the FBI has a lot better to choose than Nick the Cap. That's all.
But do you think that they're going to put agents out there in black hats and go around and go on YouTube? No.
Well,
They
first of
No,
all,
I
don't
don't.
if you're
I
use
going to
don't
go
people
think
down
they
like
that
give.
road,
this.
I don't
hold
think
on,
they give a shit
hold on.
about YouTube. I think we are so ignorant and arrogant to believe that the FBI gives two shits about us. We don't. We
But
don't
their
matter.
number
Their
one
investigation
suspect is
carries
on
on.
YouTube 24/7. He's on YouTube
Okay.
24/7. That's
Well,
where their suspect is.
then we should expect for Nick to start hosting Seth and for Dog to start going on
Nope.
panels and for Seth to make more of a panel presence because without that, he hasn't been on YouTube.
He's
Okay,
in
so
every
here's the
chat
thing.
all day
Hold on.
long. He's in
Nick
all those
Nick
chats.
said, here's the thing. Nick said that Seth already agreed to it. That's what he said, right? He said Seth already agreed. So if Seth doesn't follow through, we can keep that in mind. But
Right.
furthermore, I want to be very clear, crystal clear, you might say, that Seth, no doctor will ever give Seth those medications with his size. Period. Period.
Yeah, that's not
It will
gonna.
never happen. He can't. He would risk having a failure of his breathing due to suppression of his breathing, and that's what that does.
Well, and they're not legal or admissible in court. Any
If y'all
confession
think that
came from
FBI
it.
is not online, you guys are surely mistaken. Social media is very prominent, and law enforcement is online.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, I believe law enforcement is online watching every move Seth makes. I understand that.
And where
But
is
I
Seth,
don't.
Cheesy? He's in these chats. He's on
Right.
these panels.
And look how many YouTubers are now involved in this that are now dealing with courts and this, that, and the other. It's became more than just a regular case. And you have people that very well could be involved in illegal or illicit acts, in this case, separate from the actual disappearance of Sebastian. And I think that may be why they're paying attention to YouTube. Not that we're better or we're important or any of that shit, but there has been a level of assumed illegal
Criminality
screenshots.
on YouTube.
Yeah.
Look at all the money
I
that
agree.
has passed hands on Team Seth.
Yeah.
With these creators. It's very concerning.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Just a heads up, I just bought the book. I will read the book.
Woo!
Dog the Bounty Hunter's book, and I will review it when I get it on Monday at 10 o'clock. I'll start reading. It's only 256 pages, so it's a small book.
I'm gonna buy the book too, B-Tim.
We're gonna have
really
a book
bought
club.
it, B-Tim?
Maybe we
Yeah, I
can
just
have a
bought it
book
while we were on
discussion.
here. I just bought it on. I went on Amazon, and it says it's
Look
coming
at B-Tim.
Now
I'm
look
gonna
at
review the
what
book
look at what
You know
Dog.
what? B-Tim just
it
wanted
works.
to answer the poll and put yes, I bought the book.
I bought the book.
I'm saying,
Absolutely
so it
bought the
worked
book.
though. But it worked.
See, it worked. If you want to
And for
News
you.
Nation, I bought the book. Absolutely, I proved.
Okay.
Exactly.
So then you're supporting that theory, but that's not him supporting that theory, right? And once again, I'm not taking up for Dog, but if you understand media, anytime you are a public figure, whether it's a politician, whether it's a political, reviewer, whether it's a journalist, whatever, if you come up on any panel, they're going to push your book. It's part of the contract or your show or your movie. That doesn't mean that's why you're there. You have to understand how media works. Right. And the other thing is y'all keep talking about Dog keeps posting on X. Do y'all really think this 71-year-old man is holding a cell phone and talking to y'all?
No, and I'll tell you right
No.
now, baby Lisa is in charge of his ex because during the laundry case, she was heavily involved in, running the social media then too.
Which leads me back to the original thing of I believe that baby Lisa is running their entire missing people department or person department. It just
I
goes
didn't
to
know she
reinforce it
started a
more.
foundation, Truth. That's really interesting.
In 2020, but then she ended it. Like I said, in February of this year, she rejoined Dog's team, got her bondsman license again and her bounty hunting license again. And it would only make sense to me that now he's getting into missing children's cases, and it's because Lisa had 4 years of learning the quote unquote business.
It makes sense.
You know
And
what?
what's Nick's play in all this to distract us?
Yes, to keep us from keep going at Chris and Katie because they want to be able to hold Chris, Katie, and Seth because they want to be able to hold the control in their hands. They don't need some other entity coming in and messing up their plan or giving them a heads up of what's going on. You know, you got creators that talk to Chris and Katie. You know, you have creators that talk to Seth. So what's the best way to keep those creators from pushing information to either one of those? To saturate us with the most obnoxious bullshit they can think of to keep us talking and fighting amongst ourselves on shit that doesn't even matter. On a guy who doesn't even spell his name right. And another guy that doesn't even know the father's name right. And one guy says he's 16 when he's 15. Like, guys, come on.
But that's under the presumption that everybody is going to, there are people that are believing what Nick is selling.
I'm sure they were prepared for that. I'm sure they knew that people would believe that because that's what they wanted.
I mean, so if we're to believe that this is all like, or if I'm to believe that this is all like a stunt on their part, at the end of the day, that's still gross because this is pertaining to a 15-year-old missing child. It's not, you know, there doesn't need to be these big operations of distraction, this and that, because at the end of the day,
maybe
the FBI
get the suspect to crack, Granny.
I mean, yes, possibly. Okay, fine. But why even involve us in that as well then? Because if anything, we're still keeping eyes on Seth. This is
we really aren't involved. How are we involved? We're just covering it on our.
I felt like you guys
were saying we had more involvement. Well, we can change the energy. Look, just in here right now, you got 1,579 people, right? If y'all, just people on the panel, if you put all the people's, you know, quote unquote followers together, that's an arm reach of information, right? That means that we're able to funnel information to people faster than one person, i.e. Nick can, right? That's why they have Dog the Bounty Hunter, right? Because he's the celebrity. He can get it out to more people. The idea, in my opinion, is to shut us down from interrupting anything they're doing so they can be the savior here. But that's not what we're going to do. No creator is going to change what they're doing other than talk about Nick. And I implore as many of y'all as possible to stop talking about him, stop talking about Dog until they actually fucking do something. Let's pay attention to people like SF that's doing things and other resources that are actually out here doing things instead of giving attention to people that don't fucking matter.
I'm actually hoping and praying for when like Seth agrees to the truth serum that they live stream it and they let us super chat questions to Seth. That's what I'm hoping for. Elevated. You know, maybe like $100 super chat to ask him a question while he's under truth serum live stream from Seth Rogers' channel. That's what I'm hoping.
And I'm always bringing notice to SF. I probably have like a secret crush on SF. I like SF.
So what do you think about him calling Seth a murderer?
My jaw dropped. I was surprised, honestly. You know, I mean, even if he was thinking it, I'm really surprised that he put it out on Twitter. But I mean,
he put it out for a reason.
I think so
too.
He
worded it very carefully.
He's not careless.
He said, in my opinion, I'm getting close to thinking he's a murderer. He didn't say he's a murderer. He was very smart about how he said it. And it once again, these are tactics. He's using the same tactics that Nick is using.
He did it so he didn't get defamation against him.
Right, but he's doing the same thing. It's the same tactic.
It's the same thing, yeah. Not that I like Nick. I think Nick's a fucking idiot, respectfully. But you can't say, oh, I like what this person's doing, but this guy over here is a horrible grifter when they're doing the same thing. You just can't. It's not an intelligent statement, respectfully. It's like, it's good for the goose ain't good for the gander. Well, that doesn't work. We're too smart for that in 2024.
And I don't want to creep SF out. I was just kidding about having a crush on him. I meant it because I'm such a big fan. Anyways. I don't want to creep him out because he does talk to me and stuff. I mean, so I don't want to creep him out.
Well, I noticed Queen had his latest post pulled up, but we didn't get a chance to read it. And it's really interesting where he talks about the search that's going to go on.
Could it be, I mean, I have a crazy theory. Could it be that Mr. Nick the Hat is just trolling everyone so he can get attention for his dying channel? And that he has no inside information, and that Mr. Dog the Bounty Hunter is a very busy man who probably has a lot of cases on his mind, and he probably just forgot about the kid's name and probably hasn't really looked into the case too much, and all the information he got was from Tony and Seth, and that there is no giant like insider information and big money, and that it's all just part of that. I mean, just.
But
do that.
respectfully, I did an interview with Dog's stepson, and I know they vet their people. So I don't think they're willy-nilly like that. I just don't.
Well, if you think about it, it's not like Nick has been mentioned with Dog as like, you know what I mean? He's not on these news articles. He's not on News Nation.
No, he's kind of separate, isn't he?
Yeah, and I think that's because Nick is the one that's more. I said this several times today. I put my faith in Dog. I think more eyes there. I think more anything to help an aid searching for Sebastian is a great thing. I think Nick is just like a tag along. I think Nick is just, you know what I mean? Like he's just riding off this, but doesn't really have as much connection or influence as he's pretended, which is why he sounds so utterly ridiculous.
I mean, I just think that's my opinion with the Nick guy, but I could be wrong. I mean, I said to Elevated Truth, there's some questions you shouldn't ask, and then next day then Nick starts talking about truth serum and date rape drugs. So that was not a good. That kind of came back and bit me in the butt a little bit. So maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is a big orchestrated situation, but just that's my opinion.
But I agree with you, Granny. I think there's an alignment, but there's also a line drawn. I feel like there is a separation, but it's weird. It's a weird thing going on right now.
I think Nick is just a LARPer. I'll just be honest. I don't believe anything the guy says. I think it's very strange.
But you're coming into this with you didn't like him in Cavalcante.
Well, it's not that I didn't like him. It's that I heard him and watched him lie to everybody. He acted like he added such value to that search when all he did was sit in his van and he had fancy production stuff like cameras, but he wasn't talking to the FBI. He wasn't involved in the actual search. He had nothing to do with the dogs coming on the ground. He was nothing more than a man in a van, and he's trying to tell everybody.
I streamed him for 2 weeks. I never thought that he orchestrated anything in that search.
That's what he's saying.
Coverage. I didn't hear him say that.
He's literally saying he's the one that sobbed Cavalcante as well as the audience. I mean, he is acting like he was a big deal, and he even said we can bring to Tennessee what we brought to the manhunt for Cavalcante. He brought nothing but beers and a camera. That is it. He brought nothing.
Say that she's right about that.
But I don't think he's the one that's going to solve Sebastian's case. I don't even think he's leaving the state, is he?
Well, what if Sean isn't meant to be Seth? And I know people are like, that's crazy, but I don't know if it is.
Yeah, I want to talk about Sean. Listen, you guys, someone commented on my video a couple days ago and said that Mr. Jones' name is Sean. And I'm trying to figure out because nobody knows this dude's first name.
I think
he's always been called Mr. Jones.
We had a woman on panel last night who said she met Dog the Bounty Hunter. She was in on one of his cases. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but I did believe her. And she said that her name was Sean, and she said that he called her Susie all the time. So she said he's really bad with names. So I don't think we should play into anything that he said about.
But do we know this person's real, or is it someone?
Oh, it's a real.
Well, she seemed pretty real.
Yeah, because if you listen to last night, she was actually there at the event, and she told a lot of things that made sense. Basically, they would be acting like Mr. Seth Rogers at one point would be walking normally, but when people were looking at him in cameras, he suddenly did exaggerated, like he was in pain all the time. That whole.
But why didn't you correct him then? If that was the deal, why didn't Tony, the PR guy, say it's Seth?
What's her face? Banfield was trying to correct him.
Yeah,
it seemed like
Banfield.
Oh, I didn't hear her say anything.
I think you saw the deer in headlights look in her face, like, "What am I going to do?"
It was wild. It happened 3 times. But does anybody know that dude's first name? Is my question. Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones. I don't even know who Mr. Jones is.
Seth's coworker.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I mean,
I don't know what Jones's name. I can't remember.
Why would Sean be Mr. Jones in this scenario?
I don't know. Somebody commented on my video, so I was just wanting to confirm or deny that.
Oh, okay. I see.
If we went back to JLR's video when he
doesn't say his name. I looked.
Oh, he doesn't?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
He's always been called Mr. Jones.
Oh, all right.
If we listen to what Dog was saying again, when he's saying Sean, if we replace it with Mr. Jones, would it make sense that he's not speaking about Seth?
Again.
You cut out.
You cut out, Mr. Elevated Truth.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just saying, could you say that again, Granny? I didn't understand what you said.
I'm sorry. I'm saying if we re-listen to that interview and if we put Mr. Jones in our mind every time Dog says Sean, would it even make sense that he was speaking about Mr. Jones and not Seth?
Or
Do
could
you
he
know what I
just been
mean?
using the name to make him know that he knows that guy? I don't know.
That's what I thought.
If
But I
I
mean,
hear the
once
name
again, these are
Sean and I
theories.
had someone named Sean help me, I might be a little uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm. And if you notice, Seth was very uncomfortable with that. Now, it could have just been the situation. Once again, guys, and I'm going to jump down after this, but sometimes you have to ask the question, even if the question sounds stupid, right? Remember, there are no stupid questions, and the only questions we don't get answers to are the ones we don't ask. So even though it may sound like a stupid question, everybody's like, "Oh my God, why are you even asking that?" Because you have to.
No, I don't think it's a stupid question. Like you said, there are no stupid questions. I'll be honest, I think everything seems a little far-fetched. I'm not quite there. I'm going to go back and listen to get a further grasp of what both of you are saying, to kind of see where you're coming from. But at this point, to be honest, I think that it's very rabbit hole-ish and so far conspiracy fetched that like my brain can't even comprehend it. But that's because I haven't gone down it. So I'm going to jump down it, see where you guys are coming from, and see if I can pick up where you're coming from. But I just think it's so hard to believe that on national news, he's purposely referring to Seth as the wrong name to be like, I got you, Seth. We know about Sean. And that Nick over here is meant to troll and distract us all from the actual investigation, of which we never had eyes on to begin with. All of us have pointed out that SF is in Tennessee and doing these searches. SF pointed out these dots of where he believes Sebastian to be for months now. So I don't think they're really distracting us from much. If anything, they're just keeping Sebastian's name out there because they got us all talking again, which would be their main purpose, is to reignite Sebastian's name in the headlights. I mean, we were told it was going to light up. And watch for all the, and we got what, TMZ, Daily Times, and a 5-minute segment. I mean, I think this guy just sells himself to be bigger than he is, and I think we got to, we can either believe that's with intent, or we can believe it for exactly what it is. This guy just isn't anything he's pretending to be. He wasn't back then, and he's not now. And that Dog actually holds Dog has credentials. I give that 100%. I'm excited for Dog. I think Nick is just a little latching on for, to bring attention back to his channel. As every 7 minutes, new memberships, he's going live consistently. He can't even get the information correct. I think this is just to bring his channel back to life. And I'm not even sure there's that big of a connection.
Queen, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you, Granny, but I was invited up on this panel, and this chat is calling me delusional.
Oh, where are they calling
and saying nasty shit? I mean, I didn't come up here for this.
Where are they?
I was invited up here.
I don't think you're delusional at all, Jay.
Because I have a different opinion. I'm being called delusional.
Be respectful to Jay.
Yeah,
she's a friend of this channel, and she doesn't deserve to be talked to like that.
Yeah,
we like this kind of discussion. This is fun to me, anyways.
That's right there. Boo hoo.
I like this kind of discussion. This is fun
so do
for
I,
me.
but I don't like coming up and discussing and having people call me a grifter.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
No, she didn't have to come up here. She came up here because she was invited, and she's a friend of this channel. So
yeah, please be respectful to the person on the panel.
Yeah.
Because if you want people that have different opinions to jump on the panel and feel comfortable.
I mean, you can disagree with me without calling me a grifter.
Yeah, but if you want people with different opinions to jump up and have a discussion, calling them and getting kind of like that, it stops people from wanting to jump up.
Chaco, I'm horrified too. I can't believe the shit that I've been watching for the past 10 minutes.
I don't read the chat anymore because I know there are people that come in purposely because they don't like me. I know how you feel, Jay. Fuck them. Yeah, you're on a different thinking level. Like I said, I think it's ignorant to brush it off.
Guys, and it's
like. And I'd rather listen to you and see where you're coming from than call it delusional. For all I know, maybe you just have an open mind that I don't yet. That's why I said,
and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But you know what? I mean, we can all go use our minds and then put them together. It's
right. How non-excited would YouTube be if everybody just simply agreed on like everything? I think these are great discussions to be had, and maybe, meet in the middle somewhere, maybe respectfully disagree, but the word is respectfully. We don't have to that.
When I came out months ago on here and was talking about my thoughts on Seth, nobody called me a grifter or called me an idiot or anything like that. So why would you do the same thing to Jay? Just, be nice. We're friendly with Jay, please.
People are just crazy. I like reading chat because I like to see what people are thinking as we're talking, you know? I love engaging with the chat.
I'm sorry, I didn't see that was happening to you.
It's okay, Cheesy. It's not your fault. I like coming up. I just want to be comfortable. I don't want to be, and it's like they're trying to throw me off, I guess. I don't know. Just gets old.
As long as you're not wearing Crocs, everything will be okay.
Crocs and socks, B. Tim.
The fuck's wrong with my Crocs, B. Tim?
I can't wait for you to read this book to us, Tim.
I'm going to read the book, but apparently Cheesy already bought the book on Kindle.
I did. I did, so I can get a head start. I figured B. Tim reads faster than me.
To clarify, when it came to the book, I'm not saying that Dog simply did it for the book. A genuine question. When was the last time any of us thought of Dog the Bounty Hunter? Brian Laundrie, right? I mean, for me, it would be. So that's what I meant by that. I didn't necessarily mean, oh, everybody's going to go buy his book because of it. I mean, that's ridiculous to even think. But I'm saying it gets his name rotate again. Well, Ethan, you are an exceptional person.
I just bought his book because I was like, let me read this book. I'm going to see if there's like secret messages in this book.
He just got some sales from this panel, for Christ's sake.
You know what I don't want to see, guys? I don't want to see creators. Like, we've all come together in this case.
Right.
And I don't want to see this cause like rifts between us.
I said that today. I agree, Jay. I said that today because everybody was like, oh, Jay strongly disagrees with what you think. And I said, that's fine. Why would that mean different? I don't have to argue with Jay about her opinion. She can have hers. I can have mine. We still respectfully can disagree.
Absolutely. And you have insight into Nick that I don't have. You know what I mean? So putting everything together is how you put the puzzle pieces together.
And I would
don't want
to
that
say
to happen. I'm just putting that out in the universe because I think we need some good vibes in here because everything has just been so crazy this past week. And I just think that, I just want to put that out there that I don't want to see anybody fighting over Nick. I don't think it's worth it. I think we all have the same common goal.
I agree.
I want to say I never watched Jay before because I always heard such bad things about her. And sorry. Well, I'm just saying.
Oh my God, that makes me want to cry.
I did. I heard really bad things about you, so I never watched you until you started coming around, and then I was like, I like her voice. I like talking to her. I like listening to her, and now I go into your channel all the time. So we need to give people a chance. And normally I don't do stuff like that. Normally I'm an open-minded kind of person and I give people a chance and I go all over YouTube. So I don't know why I never listened to you before. And so I just want to say, we need to put this kind of stuff aside. And just because we may not agree on one thing, there's other things that we agree on. So, just because you don't agree with somebody on one thing doesn't mean that you won't agree with them on the next case. So keep that also. Everybody needs to keep an open mind.
The same goes for me. I was scared to death to come over here and chat. I chatted in Granny's first. And it was not pretty. So I dipped my toes in the water over there. I was petrified to come over here because I know there's a lot of people that don't like me.
Hey, we were pretty enough. You came back.
I did. Yeah. And you know what? Queen is awesome. I have to give Queen the props because she really does handle an open panel really good. Everybody feels comfortable. She lets everybody get their, whatever they want to say out. So I'm glad that we, came together, and I'm glad, Cheesy, that you realized I'm not the asshole that you heard I was,
Yeah, I used to watch The Glare, so.
Say no more. Say no more. My biggest fan.
Well, speaking about everybody kind of being together and everything, my biggest thing with Nick was the way he insulted each of us. And I even said then at that moment when I heard it, I don't care what quote unquote side you've been on or whatever it may be. The fact that man blatantly said that because of us, Sebastian could be laying dead in a ditch blew my mind.
Like, I don't think you should take that stuff personally.
But I do, because who's he to come in 6.5 months later, not even know the child's age, and act like suddenly he has the answers to all and told everybody.
I think you just have to consider the source, right? You know that we didn't do that, but some did. The ones that distracted the investigation.
I disagree.
I think
respectfully,
he's.
I don't think anybody had the ability to distract the investigation.
Oh,
don't.
I think that there was many people around Seth in those searches that distracted a lot of stuff.
Really?
Yeah, if you go back when the Najin KV bowed out, all around that time, I mean, look at that. Okay, wait, who was the chick that came in here yesterday? Shauna. This Shauna Banana, whatever. She's been coming to mind every now and then. She came in here yesterday and talked about her plates being in that footage and those pink nails being hers, changing Sebastian's photo on the flyers. And that's weird to me. So there's people that were around him doing things for him. Like they took those flyers and put that photo of Sebastian with the chest plate over it. Why? The picture that was on the flyer was taken the day before or 2 days before he went missing. Why were they replacing it with another picture? Why were they taking time to do that instead of just getting those flyers out there? You know, there's people that were around him helping him. And I think Seth is a master manipulator. And I think they all believed that that Sebastian was being abused at the Proudfoots and jumped on this bandwagon for Seth.
But you think that distracted the FBI, the TBI, and local LE enough to throw off their investigation?
If they're out there planning evidence, absolutely. How many things of evidence did Terry Lynn find? What about the glasses? I think there's a reason the media kept talking about those glasses because they knew they were planted.
I just don't believe even that has enough to throw off an investigation, because where I stand, and I will always stand behind this, nothing is too small to be reported, right? So if you find, even if they planted the glasses, what did that do? They got Sebastian's name back in articles, right? News coverage started covering, are these Sebastian's?
Yeah,
So
you know what else it did? It wasted a lot of resources and a lot of time because they had to test those glasses.
That's a slippery slope, though. Yeah, Granny, it's a slippery slope right there, though.
Yeah,
that kind of like gives like a pass on the bullshit some of these YouTubers pull, like going out in front of houses and stuff, because negative press is still press. Yeah, I get it, but like I said, it's like a slippery slope, right?
Well, no, not press. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying if you truly believe you have found something of evidence you value, don't question yourself on that. Just, let them determine if it's evidence or not.
But I think the problem is these people that were finding these things knew they weren't evidence, and they're turning it in.
Yes, you're right. If they were actually okay, you're right. From that perspective, yes, 100%.
Do you know the tactic in which, you ever see like debate tactics, like for instance, or like what lawyers sometimes do? Like, let's say a lawyer makes a request for documents, and suddenly the lawyer says okay and gives them like 50 boxes of files.
Yeah.
And they sneak one piece of important information in there because they realize that you cannot find that important piece of information because it's all in those 50 boxes. Well, it's kind of like that when people make a bunch of like ridiculous tips or ridiculous statements, because every single cop has to basically look through those.
No,
statements.
you're right. You're right. I agree with that, but I think okay, yeah. When they're purposely, they know it's fake and they're calling it with fake leads. If we're talking just strictly fake and they know it's fake, yes. But I'm saying, on the aspect of you truly believe it to be something, don't doubt yourself by believing you're wasting their time. If you truly believe it. I'm not talking about like in the case where, okay, that was absolutely fake evidence or fake tips are being called in. I mean, and for the general public, if you truly believe you may have found something, don't hesitate on the basis that you believe you may be taking time away. And for all we know, you're wasting, like Nick said,
no, I just think that's
resources.
the YouTubers that Nick is calling out. I think that message is specifically for the ones that have done shit, even trying to impede. You know what I mean? Even if they weren't successful, even if you're trying to throw off investigators, it doesn't mean they had to successfully do it. But if you've got a bunch of people out there trying to throw off an investigation, that's a problem.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I want to focus back to dog for like a second. Well, there's no airplanes.
Our crows.
Anyway, so like speaking on dog having like credibility and a name, right? And that there has to be somebody like behind it all. Like I don't agree with that because like regarding dog anyways, because like I don't know if you ever saw their True Hollywood story and their discussion about how they got started, but like he was like his thing in life was like I'm going to be famous and people are going to listen to me. And when Beth saw the Andrew Luster headlines in the paper, she took the paper and slammed it on his chest like, this is it. This is the one. And they admitted to that. Like, you know what I mean? And there's nothing wrong with that. I mean, you know what I mean? Like, there's, you know, they wanted to start a business, but of finding people and all that, right? But during the laundry case, 2 of his daughters like came out against him like, this is a publicity stunt. This is what they do. This is how we started the business. You know
That's
what
what
I
I
mean?
just
I don't
said.
think that he has like any kind of management behind him or like saying like, hey, you should do this or any kind of, I don't know, higher ups behind him. I think this is just a personal choice and how he keeps his name out there. You know
Cappy,
what I
do you think
mean?
he's working with his daughter on that? Do you think that she's kind of taken over more of the business now that he's getting
I
older?
don't know.
Maybe she's
I
watching
don't.
this and stuff.
I want to know who the FBI agent is on panel. I heard that buzzing. Sounds like what was
But
coming
her
from Nick's
getting
phone.
Wait,
baby
what?
Lisa getting her bond her bail bondsman license reinstated is kind of different from missing children though. You know what I mean?
I think she's, I don't know what I didn't look into that. I didn't even know she restarted all that. So I haven't even looked into that.
I didn't know either until Truth said it, so I'm going on what Truth said regarding that. But but I know that like she was angry with him, but the other 2 daughters were more upset with him. But I'm going to take what they said with a grain of salt because they're mad at their dad for different reasons. However, going back to the E! True Hollywood story and watching Beth and him talk about how they got it started and what they were focusing on to get their name out there is exactly that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. You know, just trying to think about it. Like I just feel like this is all kind of weird and just a little too out there. I'm trying to have an open mind, but like
it is
it's
weird,
kind of
Cappy. I mean,
hard.
I don't disagree with that. It is effing weird. Don't think I'm not in the Twilight Zone right with you. I'm just like trying to just listen to the words said and go from there, you know?
Well, my question is, so Dog did comment on Sebastian months ago. I think we can all recall that, right? Do you guys all
He did
recall
a
that?
podcast in April.
Yeah, so he did do
with Lauren
that.
Conlon. Yep.
So why didn't he push Sebastian's name and face at that point? My
I
thing
think
is,
something's happened, Granny, because back in April, if you listen to his podcast, he was all over the parents in the house, Chris and Katie.
yeah, he still is.
But I don't think he is now. I think things have transpired since then. But he did say, something happened in that house. He said it looks like, because I don't think he knew shit about it then. His view changed if you listen to that podcast.
Yeah, but even if you listen to him now, I still don't think he knows shit about it, including the father's name. I don't know. I honestly,
he doesn't.
I think I'm
Maybe
more with
you're
Cappy.
right. Maybe you're right. But if they find Sebastian, that's all I care about.
That's all that. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, that's all. I still put my eggs in FS's basket over anybody else's coming in. And again, I just think if their intent was real and genuine, why aren't they in Tennessee right now orchestrating with all this? What did he call it, the cavalry? Nick's like,
How
oh,
do we
because
know
of you
they're not there?
YouTubers, the cavalry and blah, blah, blah. Because Nick said it. He said they're not there yet.
All I can say is watch SF's posts on X.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Pay attention to SF and put more into him than I do Dog. I just think Dog is.
Well, Dog's not going to be on the ground. We all know that. I don't think this is a ground search for Dog. I think this is a suspect search for Dog. I think SF is a ground search. And I think, yeah.
You think they're all working together?
No, I don't know if they're working together. I'm just saying, like, I think SF with his map posting and his potential areas of interest and him saying, he still wholeheartedly believes that Sebastian could be a mile away within a mile radius of his home is very telling. And the fact that he said they're going to be orchestrating a search without the public knowing, I just feel like they're going to be targeting a certain area. That's what I get from his posts anyways.
And I think Chloe said the same. She said after her private investigative work, she's led now to believe that Sebastian walked out that home alone.
Yeah, did you read her latest where she talked about everything that she gathered from Seth and she listed it? Very interesting. I'm really glad that she came out with her truth, though. And she also said that Nina Glass was specifically the one that she left because of. She named her. She said the reason she stepped back was because Seth wanted to bring in Nina Glass. And from what I've understood since then, Seth signed the contract with Nina Glass and was speaking with Nina weeks before Tony.
Oh, that would be interesting.
So was Nina the little reacher outer for Tony in the beginning? Reached out to Seth and talked to Seth and then hooked him up because Nina Glass is the reason Chloe was like, And then it seems like Nina got pushed out because she grifted that 2,500, said she was coming there to search, never came.
Yeah.
And then boom, she's replaced with who? Bullhorn Betty. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think the judge was ever going to let her leave.
Hey, Queen.
All right, baby.
I forgot this was your channel for a minute. What's up, girl?
Sometimes we do forget that.
We had some trouble. We had some. I'm not an iPhone kind of a person, and so when we have some troubles, it takes me a little bit. So I've been sitting here listening, working on a fucking phone.
I'm not an iPhone either.
I don't know how to work them very well, and so when they get brought to me saying I can't work it, it's not working, I'm like, okay.
I hate those phones, bitch. I hate them. My kids fucking.
I just haven't been able to conversate because
you got iPhone problems, bitch.
Yeah,
I'm not an iPhone person either, and I love that I'm a Samsung person because mine folds out to a tablet.
Oh, that is cool. But you're like me, Queen, because for kids to be cool, they have to have the iPhone. So mine's always like, this is, and I'm like, well, I don't know anything. It's like an alien device. I know nothing about it.
Yep. So
I'll stick to my
husband with it for like, I don't know, probably the last fucking 30 goddamn minutes, talking, listening to you guys, dealing with this stupid phone that I don't know how to fix, that I don't know anything about.
What are you trying
to do? Did you figure it out?
Nope. What are you trying to do?
No, yeah.
She has no space in there, and so it won't let her do anything. She can't get any messages or anything. Her stuff's not working because she doesn't have enough space. And so I'm like, let's delete some stuff. Well, I can't delete this, and I can't delete that. I gotta have this, and I gotta have that. And I'm like, oh.
Do you have iCloud?
You gotta buy the iCloud. I think there's like a deal for 99 cents for like a month of it, but that will at least give you enough time.
Yeah, just get the shit off the phone anyway.
Okay, so it won't let her download anything. It's completely like full of shit. So
yeah, you have to go to your Apple account, I think, and add like iCloud storage. Go to like the settings
to get it to work. Okay, because
and then you can transfer stuff to it'll save in the iCloud and it'll free up.
Like if she has any videos she made or things like that, you can tell her like, okay, you can always find it right here in the cloud. It's still there. It's just not going to be under gallery
on the phone, right?
Like right.
That kind of works like the same as an Android. Okay. Sidebar.
Yeah,
sorry,
exactly.
y'all. Sorry. Yep. But yeah, that's what we've been over here tinkering with. So we were just
because if you don't fix that, she won't get the updates, and then you know how iPhone forces you to buy a new phone, so you want to get that fixed ASAP.
Well, and she's due on her thing for a new one, so
I can't stand iPhones.
More storage maybe on the new phone.
Yeah,
they always play games with the new phones. Like, okay, you're due for an update or new phone, you're eligible, but it's still going to cost you $1,000.
Yeah,
I can't stand iPhones.
I've been due for an update for a long time, and I'm like, I don't want another monthly payment.
We're gonna have to go back to flip phones, guys.
They're like mortgages. It's unbelievable.
I know they really are.
I don't know why you buy the fucking card and then pay that $50 a month card or whatever. You know what I mean for your service.
Why don't you just buy your phones with cash?
Buy your phone.
Right? Okay, Rich.
You know how much less shit talking would
if we all had money like to beat him.
This is the fancy man with his fancy shoes and his fancy pillow and his fancy sleep mask. We're not up there with you yet.
It's not a sleep mask. It basically covers your eyes so the light doesn't come in. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not a sleep mask.
How many people went and looked at that pillow though and was like, I need this?
Because they sell the pillows with the hole in it so your ears can go, in there with your headphones.
I was shocked that they make that. Honest to God, I was shocked.
Guys, imagine having flip phones right now with all the texting and everything we do, like in chats, and having to go push number 4. Dun, dun, dun,
Yeah,
dun, dun,
W's
dun.
in the middle. You got to push 3 times.
Oh my god, that was
Yes.
so
Oh,
annoying.
The best part was hanging up angry, though. You could just slam that thing.
You could just beep. You could bring back beepers. Be like, okay.
Girl, I miss slamming the
That's
phone
about
down.
my
That
time.
was some fun stuff. Like the flip phone, you could slam it, and then
Yes.
landlines, you could like slam it down like when you're mad. And these fucking touchscreens are a bitch.
Remember pulling out the antennas on the phones? I still have my first ever cell phone. So the smaller the better. And now we want bigger. It's so crazy.
What is Mint Mobile? I know Charlie pays $250 a year for a cell phone.
Oh.
What?
I used to.
Oh, right. What? What's that?
Wait, what?
I used to love the cordless phones because you could listen on the scanner to everybody's conversation around you.
Oh my god, cheesy.
That was fun.
Oh,
stuff.
yeah. Yeah, when your neighbor's call would pick up on it.
That is so funny.
Listen to everybody's fighting with their spouses on the phone and stuff. That was fun stuff. We didn't have anything but daily soap operas back then, so it was fun.
Cheesy, that's awesome. I
Now
love
we
it.
come to YouTube.
Yeah.
I actually just looked. So Mint is, yeah, 15
Oh,
bucks
when
a month.
Blackberries came out, oh god, when they finally had the keyboard, it was like, oh yes, we don't have to push 3 buttons to get 1 letter out.
Yeah.
The Crackberry days.
Oh shit, we thought we was cool as hell when we got that goddamn
Hell
key.
yes, we did.
Yeah.
Shit. You couldn't tell us nothing.
Nope.
Yeah, and you know what? Speaking of devices, isn't it kind of odd that they still have all of Seth's devices? They will not give them back to him.
So crazy.
Why?
Yeah.
Makes you wonder what the fuck is on them that they're not wanting to give them back.
Oh, you know what else I watched last night was Taco on Vault XL.
Oh.
And he and Michelle, his wife, had Seth on speaker, and she held the phone up to the camera and it said Seth 2.
It said 2, yeah.
There's that second phone.
Yeah.
Because Seth said that he has one phone that runs just off like the internet, so he keeps it at home. So he said he had 2 different phones.
Interesting.
Why does he need 2 phones?
So did they take the one and leave him with one, or does he have
That's what
both?
I'm wondering.
I don't know, but does anybody else remember?
Because he said they took my other cell phone.
He did say other. And does anybody else remember that whole thing came out about a laptop? It's like a distinct memory, but it was something about a laptop.
I think it was a notebook, wasn't it?
I came across Seth's statements on that. It was on Pascal, I think, and he said the devices they took was a like a Chromebook or something that his mom got him in 2020.
Yeah, notebook. Yeah.
Then he said a tablet though too. Then he said his phone, his Switch, and his PlayStation 3. Seth's PlayStation 4. And then I don't remember if he said anything about 2 phones though.
I'm pretty sure he did.
I just remember another statement he said that I just found was that he said, I told the cop, you guys need to give me my phone back. And then he said the godparents called a welfare check on him because they couldn't reach him because the cops had his phone.
Yeah.
So I'm like, oh, did they call a welfare check? Maybe we should request that.
Well, I wouldn't find it so weird if the Proudfoots didn't get their devices back, which my understanding is they did.
Yeah, they got them back right away.
Said Chris got his back within hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Chris said, wow, you really do have everything locked down.
That was
That's
another ridiculous statement that was made. That was, if they don't hand over our devices, then they're not cooperating. And it's like, who's going to hand over their devices to a stranger? At this point, everybody involved has handed everything over to the FBI, TBI, all those things. I wouldn't recommend handing them over to anybody else.
But remember, Granny, them being there is dependent on Seth's cooperation.
Mm-hmm. That's
interesting. I think they're trying to back him in a corner, to be honest with you. Because if he doesn't comply with what they're asking, they're going to say, he refused to let us look at his phone. I mean, Seth is the one that's been spouting, I want to be cleared. I want to be cleared. I want to be cleared.
His bank of records.
So it's going to look weird, right? If he doesn't cooperate with some things. I mean, not the drug thing, of course. No one expects that.
Listen, if he goes on YouTube and actually gets truth serum on his live stream, and we
Oh
can
my
censor
God,
him,
Pete.
I will pay if he charges like $100 a question, I will pay the $100
Pay-per-view.
Pay-per-view Seth game.
Right. All in
Oh
the
God.
freaking hospice unit at the hospital. It's ridiculous.
I guarantee you that would be like the biggest stream around. I think that would probably hit mainstream, actually. I think you'd probably get like 20,000 people in that chat.
Oh, it'd be everywhere.
Oh,
easily.
Pay-per-view.
I mean, as much as, I would never recommend anybody go through with that, even Seth. As much as anybody may want answers, whatever, I would never.
Well, and Nick the Hat also said, like, they're going to come talk to you. And he said, not me. So I don't know who the hell he's talking about. Like that part.
Nobody does. I think he's full of crap. I mean, he named that somebody was at JFK's trial. He said, somebody was at JFK's trial. And I'm like, really? I'm not, okay.
My first question, Flutter, would be to him is like, when did you actually start dating Katie? That would be my first question. That would be my first question to Mr. Seth Rogers. I'd be like, when did you start officially dating under the truth serum?
Wop.
That's exactly.
Somebody they have somebody on their team that was at JFK's trial. What?
Yeah, when he was naming off like the Clinton Foundation and Warner Brothers and everything, he said somebody. He said we go. I forget how he said it, but he did. He mentioned JFK's trial.
Yes.
I can no longer. I fucking can't.
Yeah, we died at that part, and I was like, oh, okay.
85-year-old man it's on the trails. I mean, it wouldn't be
how old are they? Like, how old were they? In what was it, 1963 or something like?
I think it was 69.
Yeah, they would be 30 probably around. Like if they were on that commission or something like that in their 30s or 40s, so they'd be close to like 100 years old. Running around, you have more questions than if I seen 100-year-old man look like he's like 30 running around. I have a lot more questions to
I'd
ask.
want that truth serum then.
How exactly did he bring up the truth serum? Like
they wrote it in the news articles. The first thing they said that
didn't it get retracted after that?
Yeah, because they said
they listed it as one of their
techniques.
Methods. Yeah, their techniques.
It didn't really get
truth serum.
It didn't really get retracted as much as like, well, we would follow the guidelines and the laws if we actually administered it.
Yeah,
they just took away the unwilling part because they said they used it on the unwilling or the incapable or something, and then they took back the unwilling part and said no, we would get signatures first. So they didn't take away the absurdity of using truth serums, but I don't know. I mean, maybe that's.
That
honestly,
whole truth serum thing just sounds like bullshit to me.
Well, it's also like saying we're just going to waterboard people to get the truth too, right? Like there's things that you don't do.
Right. And the thing is, like, this is what confuses me, right? With my theory is that it's dependent on Seth's cooperation, right? But if he steps away and he goes public and he says, well, I stepped away because these crazy motherfuckers wanted to do this, that, and the other, no one's going to blame him.
Right.
Do you think we're going to get like a Nancy Grace 2.0 where like basically they're going to, they're going to administer the truth serum to like Seth, and then it's going to be like, listen, Seth agreed to be truth serum. We want Chris and Katie to be truth serum, but they said no. We think they're guilty.
Exactly what I think it is.
Well, I'm just wondering where it's going to go from here. It could go either way, right? So that's why I'm just curious to see where it goes because I don't know. I don't know what really is going on. I'm just speculating, I'm not dead set on any set way. I just
want Sebastian phoned.
See, with me is the daily live streams of talking in circle and of such high importance, I think is what is like, okay, well, are you really here for the right reason? Are you really here to do the right thing? Or are you here to bring attention to a dying channel?
I don't know. I don't know if his MO is a channel. I don't know.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I have to hop down. Bye, everybody.
You know what?
Yeah.
Bye,
Cheesy.
Bye, Cheesy.
Granny, time will tell.
Yeah.
Time will tell. But I do hope that everybody follows SF and Chloe on X because they do put out, little nuggets of things that they know or things that they found out. And then I trust them. And I just think that we should continue watching what's going on there.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
kind of seems well, like I said, when SF put that out there, he knows something like more than what we do, you know?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
wasn't the Kylie Rodney
Put that
case?
out.
What'd you say?
Oh, I said for him to put that out the way he did, you know what I mean, and basically accuse him of, murder. I feel like he knows a little bit more than what we know, but I am going to read some of these super chats off because we're getting a little behind with them, and I know some of the questions are for people up here too. So give me 1 second. I'm going to go over some of these. Let's see here. Where we at? Anonymous here. Is that what we're doing? Okay. In my opinion, okay, hold on. In my opinion, he called him Sean to make him Seth think he is not paying attention. He is the main suspect. Did you hear batshit Betty say she has a love interest?
Oh Lord. That's a good thought. To make him think like he doesn't really give a shit about Seth.
Right. WNC Granny said, I have the same ideas that Jay has, so hate me too. I don't give a crap. Good grief. Everyone's entitled to their own opinions. Snazzy Trinkets Jewelry. The fact we haven't heard from the Proudfoots could mean they are in the know. Otherwise, I think we would have heard from them by now.
I don't.
Let's see. Tammy, does anyone know about the additional charges BHP is supposed to be getting at Truth? So I don't know. I should have read that when he was up here.
What's going on with this next? Can you confirm the next court dates for her? Because I'm hearing conflicting things.
For Betty?
Yeah. For you and for this Chris and all this other mess.
Well, September 10th is when she goes for them. She goes for the charges that she was arrested on, her, the warrant for violating the order, and she also goes for Chris's ex parte on the 10th in front of the same judge.
So they are the same date.
She'll be seen for everything on.
What was the 9th?
The docket has a 9th and a 10th.
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing. I didn't know if that was true or not.
I thought the 9th was criminal.
It was just the 10th, but I mean, like I said, I'm not sure if something changed or, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm not sure about that, but I mean, I know she has to go on the 10th for the charges that she got and for Chris's order. The judge said they want it to be, she wants to put it in, she wanted it to go in front of the same judge.
Can you imagine that?
Facing the criminal charges on Tuesday then.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're gonna, the same judge. So the judge is gonna, go over her charges, and I'm sure the detective has, put it in her report that she said, pretty much fuck the judge.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the 9th is for the charges, and the 10th is for Chris's.
They changed, so that's what it is. They're doing the charges on the 9th, and then his on the 10th.
Please go to jail, Betty. Please go to jail.
And why is she saying, Queen, do you think that Seth is going with her and that the whole family is going to be in the same room together? Do you think
that is what she said?
Do you
think they have to be there? Well, they don't have to be inside the courtroom, but they do have to be there. So basically, they'll probably be off in the witness box, or they'll be off in another room. Chris, Katie, and his parents. And then Betty will be in front of the judge. And Seth, if he goes, will be sitting in the courtroom, just like Clue or whoever else goes. You know what I mean? He'll be sitting in the back part of the courtroom. But she thinks there's going to be a big powwow and everybody will be in the courtroom together. That's not how they're going to do that.
No, they're definitely not going to do that. Tensions are way too high.
Yeah,
no. Do you think that she plans on having Seth testify on her behalf for anything?
I don't think they're not going to do that right now. She's going for the charges for, the warrants that were put out for her. So he won't have to testify for that. And then as far as the ex parte, from my understanding, before they grant it, usually you get to say, no, I'm not guilty, or, you know what I mean? I would like to have a trial. And then once you do the trial, that's when you can subpoena anybody to come in and testify.
For the criminal charges, though, think about this. Remember when JLR came out with Seth gave Chris and Katie's contact information, their phone numbers, their emails, their families, in order to harass them, have people harass them?
Mm-hmm.
What if that comes up in Betty's
I
criminal
wonder if they're
trial?
going to say he's third-party communication as well, you know, or that.
Well, right, but what I'm saying is, would they possibly? I mean, this is a criminal case. Could they possibly bring Seth in and ask him under oath if he gave any of those contact info to Betty?
Yeah, if the judge
Or
wants
if
to
they
pull him up
are.
on the stand right then and there, yeah.
Yeah, that would be a very stupid move if Mr. Seth Rogers enters that courtroom because the judge has full control in that courtroom. And like,
yeah, if the judge wants to pull him up on the stand and ask him, you know, under oath, you know, did you give Betty, you know, their information and phone number?
Right.
You have
She
to
said
answer
they're
this.
going through with the arraignment and the trial that day.
Oh, wow.
That they're moving into, that's what she said on her live, that they're planning on, she said it's going to be an all-dayer.
Well, then it probably is. They're probably going to go in and, yeah, they're probably
That's
going
not
to
a
go
good
in and
thing.
do.
It'll be interesting.
The judge is not going to be happy. I know that. Most of them ain't happy when it comes down to shit like that.
It'll be interesting. So next week.
Well, the disrespect is what I'm saying. I mean, the judge has a job and he's very respectful. He's very respectful to Betty as well. But I mean, when you blatantly disrespect a judge's orders and you tell them to fuck off and that their opinion don't matter, that they're not going to take too kindly to that, no matter what judge it is, where you're at, what state or city you're in.
Exactly.
Because really, Betty's trial, if she has like a trial for this could bring out a lot of communications.
Yeah.
From Betty and who they were coming from.
Mm-hmm. That would be interesting.
It would be.
A little insight to their, you know, behind the scenes dirty dealings.
Right.
Yep.
I don't know how much of that'll come out though. You know what I mean? I'm not sure how much that will be willingly gave up, you know, the information that they'll willingly give up. I don't know about that, but Buller says, what about those random YouTube comments that people run with as leads? Was that beneficial? I'm not sure which ones you're talking about, but Snazzy says his FS replies. He says that he was hired to go to Tennessee. So I wonder who hired SF to go to Tennessee.
Oh, just wait and see.
It actually offers more viewers, Bueller.
Are YouTubers upset because this will lose them viewers?
Good question. I mean,
no,
I doubt it, but
I'm not.
It actually offers more viewers. To be honest, it doesn't.
I don't
away.
take personal. I don't take any personal, like anything personal what they say about YouTubers, because I haven't done anything like that. I haven't done anything like some of these people have that we've watched over the months. You know,
right.
We're not lying. We're not collecting money. We're not doing backdoor shit with TikTok Tony. I mean, those are the people I think that should be a little concerned. A lot concerned.
Yeah.
I'm gonna jump down, Queen. Thanks for having me up. It's good talking to y'all.
All right, baby. We'll see you in a little bit, love.
Bye, Cabby. I'm gonna jump down too. We're gonna go see Beetlejuice.
All right. Well, have a good day. Happy Saturday.
You as well. Have a great day, everybody.
Bye, Granny.
We'll see you later. Hold on. I don't know who said no one truth. I'm not sure who he's speaking about, but Jay is right. The radio static Nick's ads, in my opinion. I'm not sure what that meant, but with the static and stuff.
Oh, okay. So when you watch Nick, you know that.
Yeah, it comes in like every 40 minutes.
I was like, what is that? It sounds like someone said it sounded like a walkie-talkie. And I'm like, holy shit. Remember that one live? We heard a walkie-talkie in the background of Seth.
Yeah.
And I'm like, is that supposed to sound like a walkie-talkie to because okay, think about it. If you had Sebastian and you were communicating via walkie-talkie and you're watching Nick and his damn thing keeps going and he's calling, he's saying, oh yeah, you've been called a pedo and you've been called a killer. Wouldn't you be shitting your pants? I would. I don't know.
What?
Maybe it's just his static. I don't fucking know, Queen.
I don't know, but it was weird. Like when they were when Seth was live, and then all of a sudden the account Chris popped up with the trees in the background, and then Tony popped up with the same trees in the background.
Yes,
it's just sketchy ass shit like that. You know what I mean? It's just fucking sketch shit. Little Shoe gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Here, disappointing Amazon purchases says if Dog and Nick collab or LARP, spooks Sean or anyone with knowledge to squeal, I'm all for it. I think Jay was spot on with the walkie-talkie static Nick added to his videos, knowing Sean would hear it.
I've never heard a static like that from a cell phone. Sounded just like walkie-talkie.
Yeah, or like a scanner or something. Yeah. Here, let's see. Blama says, "Am I the only one who heard Seth beg people to look for Sebastian at boarding schools and such, or who was it?" I think he did say everybody check the hospitals and boarding schools and things like that, but he'd like to check other places or something along those lines. Cocktail dress here. The truth of the matter is they are all scammed. Dog and Nick, it's disgusting what Nick is doing. What if another family reaches out to him for help? Nick is a fraud.
We are split down the middle on this one. You love him.
Oh, by the way, Queen.
You know what? I take that back because I don't love Nick. I'm not saying that. I'm just willing to have an open mind and see what happens with all of this.
By the way, Queen, I bought Dogs the Bounty Hunter's recent book, so I'll be reading that when I get that up.
I heard you saying that, man.
We're going to get that book. We're going to find out the secret messages of Dog the Bounty Hunter. Maybe he's going to solve the case and he has it all in the book.
Right. You know what? He might. That's the thing. Sherry, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Nora, thank you for becoming a new member. And WC Granny says BHB in the state of Tennessee versus the state of Tennessee. Won't the prosecutor be representing the Proudfoots and Bower Sox families? Yes. Actually, they don't have that in the well, they might. I can't speak on Tennessee or you know what I mean, like what they do there. But here, you don't. The DA doesn't speak for you. No, not when you're in order of protection. No. They have a detective there that was with them or next to him or whatever. But no, normally the DA does not do anything for you. You do it yourself.
What's your chances of her going to jail? What do you think, Wayne?
Oh.
From 1 to 10.
Depends on how cocky she gets with the judge. That's you know.
You know what's gonna happen when she gets in front of that judge. She's gonna start doing the tier work.
You guys are, well, yeah, she'll put on the tears and stuff. And
but her lawyer is gonna be talking for her. You know?
I did nothing wrong.
Her lawyer is gonna talk for her. I bet you she just sits there and doesn't say a damn thing.
Yeah, you're probably right. Actually, yeah, because she did hire that attorney. Yep.
Yeah, she paid some okay.
She went in there talking about banging the whole freaking football team the first time. Now she's gonna have a lawyer speaking for her, and he's gonna tell her to shut the fuck up.
He's been telling her that.
Right.
Imagine the lawyer doesn't show up this time as well.
That'd be fucking awesome.
She's there by herself.
Dude, that would be so awesome. But then it would probably get continued.
No, I don't think it'd get continued at that point. I think that'd be like
they'd be done.
You're shit out of luck, man. You
might Tim, it would be so funny to see her face if he doesn't show up. The look of panic and worry.
Yeah, I was gonna say the look of fucking panic is what you got there. Hope for Snoopy says, poor Sebastian. It makes me wonder how many times he felt caught in the middle. He's missing and he's being used to attack his mom. Oh yeah, can you imagine him? You know what really fucking did it for me was when Sean said he was going to go in and support Betster against the mother of his child.
Yes, sick.
That's missing at that. So you're gonna go stand behind, you know.
Did he actually say that, Queen?
Yeah, he said he's gonna go to court.
He said he stands behind Betty. He's going to court with her. Yes, absolutely, he did.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ooh.
And he's a mod in her chat. And he also says that
well, I can't see his chat, B. Tim. He has me blocked.
He's fully, well, people screenshot it. He fully supports the Bepster in everything she does.
I can't see him chat. He's got me blocked. Tony doesn't have me blocked, but Seth does.
Weird. Fucking weird.
I can't see anything.
Yep, Sean was in BHB's chat this morning.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you got a guy. I mean, and that's such a bad look for publicity. It's like
so bad.
It's a real bad look. And I don't believe Dog's going to walk in to the courtroom and try to fight for Betty's right to harass the mother.
No, but do you think she's been told that he will?
I think she might have. She might have been told by Seth, like, yeah, Dog's going to come in there with me.
Right. No one's gonna fuck with us.
Yeah, we got Dog Bounty Hunter, Tony Mathis. We're all gonna go in there. But the problem is that once you go into that courtroom, the judge has full control of that courtroom, so he can easily just fucking point you out and say, "Come to the stand, please. We
If
want
they
you."
support her though, why weren't they in court with her the first time? Like, I don't know. It feels like she's being set up too.
Yeah, she's being bamboozled to go to jail.
It really does.
Like, we'll get you out of jail. Don't worry. We got you this crackpot great attorney. Meanwhile, the attorney has like the worst fucking reviews.
Right?
Ever. They got like the worst attorney, so she can go to jail. Like, she's gonna go to jail, and they're gonna grift off of her name while she's in jail, and then just pocket the money. Be like, free Boho better. Here, and they have a little poster.
Oh my god, she'd be so pissed.
And money just goes to Tony Mathis.
Screaming from behind the bars.
and Nick's there. He takes a picture of her going to jail and sells it to TMZ and keeps the money like last time. He just pockets the money. Oh, that'd be hilarious. She's in jail for months.
But Bodhi, yes, I did. She came into my chat a couple times during some conversations, not all conversations about Seth, but some. Do you know who that girl is? Because I saw that she came in here yesterday, beat Tim and Queen actually pinned her comment, and she was like, "Oh, my license plate is in that footage," and then you guys were like, "Well, don't tell us what footage. Like, what the fuck? Why you super chatting that?"
Yeah, I'm like, what the fucking hell? You talking about your license?
Yeah,
The fucking footage. What the hell,
dude? That girl has come in my chat during certain conversations, and I would have to go back and listen and see what we were talking about. But she comes in at certain times and she's like, "Jay, call me. I've got, like she sounds like she has like inside info," and she just drops really weird comments. But then I'm like, "Okay, email me. I don't know, shoot me an email." But then I never get one. It's the most bizarre thing. So when I saw you pin that yesterday and she was like, "Oh, my tag's in there. And those are my nails in that footage where the flyer is, changing that picture." I'm like, why the fuck is she saying that?
And then not only that, she super chats it, so it comes right up.
Yes, like she wanted everybody to see it, and she knew you'd pin it. So whose tag is shown in that footage? Is that something we should look at?
I don't know. It could be just
weird.
someone. Yeah, I don't know. I have no clue.
I just don't know. It's just weird when people come out the gate with something like that.
So what did you think about the lady that came up here last night?
I don't think I heard that because I was live last. What happened?
Last night she came up here and said that she had actually went to the vigil and she did not like it, that they pulled out and they didn't end up going to the.
Yeah. Also, she met Pascal and basically said like the reason.
So she was at the first one and the second one.
Yeah,
she was at the second one.
Yeah, and she didn't like, and she believes that Pascal left because he didn't like the fakeness of Tony and Seth and how they kind of just played it up for the cameras constantly. And that she noticed that whenever the cameras weren't on them, they basically acted normal. But when the cameras were on, Seth suddenly had all these injuries. And even that famous on the chair with his hands over his head, that was like staged basically. And basically they get rid of anyone that's not with them doing camera work.
Was this a male or a female that came
out? They're female.
Okay, because I know someone who was there at the searches too and was doing video. I'm not going to say who it was. You guys can put it together. But they said the same thing, that when the cameras weren't rolling, doing nothing. Photo ops.
And that they were only friendly to people that donated money, and they were very off with people that just were there, kind of. They were not really talking, and they acted like celebrities. But if you donated money, they were like a little bit more friendly to you, and it was more.
Same thing, beat him.
Yeah, that's what she was basically stating. I was like, oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Interesting.
And that makes a lot of sense. But yeah, unfortunately she dropped down eventually because she couldn't connect her devices. We tried to ask her more things because she got to the part where like she heard Betty yelling at people, and then she just dropped. Like her devices couldn't connect. But
weird.
It kept saying devices not connected.
Yeah.
I think you guys were probably going to see a lot of weirdness now that all of this is going on. I think that that's going to increase that kind of weird, like, things coming out.
I mean, it's been pretty weird.
She was a canine handler also? Stop.
No, she wasn't a canine handler. She basically, I don't want to really, but she was at work and there were dogs at her job for some reason.
Oh,
And
Lord.
she didn't want to go into details. She wasn't like you can literally hear the dogs barking, but I told her don't go into details, kind of tell your job basically, because she wanted.
Yeah,
to
a
be
lot of
anonymous.
dogs involved in this, Tim, like the Mutt Motel, the canine handlers, multiple canine handlers.
This case, yeah. I don't know, but yeah, I mean, basically, it just feels like a lot of the people who get to know Mr. Seth Rogers finds out that he does something different. That's why I think, like, most likely, like, if Dog talks to Seth and hangs out with him for a bit, I think there's going to be eventually he's going to get a bad feeling about with Seth, like with his act. I feel like he's good at putting his act up, Seth, in front of people, but I think eventually he's going to drop his act, and people see through him. No, she didn't go out searching with dogs. She was at her job. She has a job with dogs, it sounded like. She had like 2 dogs that were barking. She said she was at work, and I was like, oh, don't mention more. She never said she was handler. No, she didn't. Yeah, no, she never said she was a handler. But yeah, like that. Yeah, but that was basically a lot. It was just very weird. She said that was one of the reasons why she left, and that anyone that would donate, they were friendly with, and everything was knack. Like his injuries, he would walk normally, but as soon as the cameras are on him, oh, he's got like a shoulder injury and his back hurts.
Tim, do you remember reading the old divorce papers with Katie and Seth, or the RO maybe, where she specifically stated the account where Seth came home, he left mad, he took his gun. Remember, he left, or he came back for his gun, but he left, said someone threw soda at his vehicle, and she called the cops. It was Katie and another neighbor called the police because he was acting so erratic. He came back to the house. I went over this in a live. It was a long time ago, though. And he had pop spilled all down the car. And he stated that someone attacked him. And he was limping. And they were like, well, call the police and report it. And he refused. So he left with the gun. And Katie and the neighbor called the police, if I recall correctly.
Yeah.
She stated in there that he was limping, but then he stopped after the cops left.
Yeah, I heard that report. Yeah, I remember.
Reminiscent to this shoulder injury, And
the 19 slip discs he has when you only have 24.
But he's out on a boat and he's shaking JLR's hand with like a big, stretched out arm shake. I mean, it's just not adding up.
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing with this stuff, to be honest with you. If this is like he's trying to get off of work with disability or something, I don't know, because it's like it's very weird that what he's doing. Hi, voices, by the way.
Well, one would think that if he had 19 slip discs, he wouldn't have gotten a job with the county as a deputy sheriff's corrections officer.
Yeah, don't you have to pass a physical?
Yes, there's physicals. There's but
with his weight, voices, how do you get past a physical?
Listen, I can't. I've said that from the get-go. He, with his weight and that ponytail, he would be a risk.
Yeah, you have a great point. The hairdo.
I went back and double checked with our county. My brother-in-law works for the county. He works in the jail, and I went and double checked, and our county has they have a policy like for hair can't be so long. You can't have more than like your mustache can only go so far. You can only have.
Yeah, usually COs look like cops.
Yes, and that's exactly it. They have a. So that's what from the jump made me question. He wouldn't be able to have direct inmate access because that ponytail makes him a liability.
I agree with you. I think that's odd. But maybe that jail's different. I guess we would need to know what their protocol is.
I don't think any jails hires anyone that has disc slips and
no,
because that's a liability for the other people.
But what if he's sitting on his ass in the garage?
Well, that would be different, right? He checks vehicles in, he checks vehicles out, and he wouldn't have the physical part of it then, right?
Yeah, I just think like most likely his modus operatus is basically if he has like a slight hurt and he plays it off with the sympathy. You know what I mean? Like, woe was me, feel pity for me type of deal. And I don't know if that's connected to anything other than that's how he reacts and how he gets sympathy from people, and just that's just natural reaction. Um, that's what I think personally, and I just.
And listen, as far as that other lady, she might have actually been there, right? But she could also be somebody who's like the others in this and LARPing along and change the name, immediately changes names from referring to them as dogs to canines. There's a lot of crazy shit going on out here right now, you know?
I agree with you, Voices.
And listen, anybody can pose and be anything out here. We're seeing it. Do you honestly think the Pennsylvania Attorney General or the former Attorney General would be okay with somebody who's on active parole dropping their name and saying that they're going to support whatever the cause is that that this criminal is backing? I don't. Honestly, anybody, it doesn't take anybody with, you don't even have to have very much common sense to realize that a legitimate person is not going to back somebody like that.
I think like with Nick the Hat, though, in my opinion with him, is that I think he's doing it for a publicity stunt. I think this is like a great publicity stunt for him, and it's working because everyone's talking about him.
I agree. He needs another Cavalcante. He's looking for another payday. If this weren't about the clicks and the views, he would turn that monetization off and he wouldn't be accepting cash apps.
And he's doing this, for instance, a video. Like first we started doing this whole thing. Like just yesterday, he got almost 5,000 views. Today, later that day, he got 3,500 views. And today, and 18 hours ago, he got 6,000 views. And I think he knows. I think what he realized is that the more outrageous shit you say, the more likely people are going to look at you. Now, you could go into like a theory why he's saying that, but I think it brings publicity. And that's what he's doing. It's bringing a lot of views because he says some crazy stuff. Everyone watches him. Everyone talks about him, free press, whatever. And that's it.
Anybody who talks about this case right now gets views, though. Look at Silver's on the scene. No one's pissed off about that nasty guy.
There's nonsense
I think
going.
there's worse players right now to be worried about. I think that if they find Sebastian, no matter how they are portraying it right now, I think finding Sebastian is number one. And I think it's very telling that SF Investigates is in Tennessee.
Yeah,
and
I think
been hired to go there. I think that we need to sit back, not focus on Nick. Don't let him distract us from following what's going on.
You know what's interesting about SF? Wasn't he the one, Voices, if I'm wrong, was it Gray or was it him that first found that fire camera foot? Like the thing that
beat him. I don't remember which one found it first, but I just know that
they found it.
They both came out with it. That's what I know.
Yeah, SF found it first, and then Greg enhanced it and fixed it up. Is that my understanding?
Yeah, I think that's right.
Yeah, so it's like the guy is a legitimate guy that actually searches a lot of things. So like, and the thing with SF I've noticed is like he doesn't talk about things unless it's coming close to something. You know what I mean? Like he keeps information to his chest. You know what I mean? I've never.
He could be playing different because of all these other bad actors, in my opinion. Listen, Nick the Hat is very reminiscent of JLR. Seriously, he's very reminiscent of the crap JLR.
Why are we so worried about Nick the Hat, though? We have SF who's in Tennessee to search.
Why are you so convinced at telling people not to worry about Nick the Hat? That's my question.
Because I want Sebastian found. I'm not worried about Nick. He's in Pennsylvania. I'm worried about SF being on the ground. I'm looking at his maps. I want Sebastian found.
I think but I kind of agree with Jay here. It's like either way, if you look at it, it's still a distraction. Like even if he's just doing it for views, it's a distraction for people to pay attention to Nick.
I'm not worried about SF. SF is legitimate.
No, I'm saying
I'm not worried about SF.
No, I'm saying SF is actually, but I'm saying like SF is actually going to probably do the work because I find it was very telling when he stated what he stated, what his worry was and stuff like that. And to me, I've never seen him say something like that. And he's not the type to say things without it being really close with the police investigation or something. Like I've never seen him just jump the gun like that. And
that's why he got my attention.
Yeah.
Big time. And now to know he's there, I just feel like a little bit of hope that Sebastian may finally be found and this mess will end. I just feel like we have to have a little hope and not, focus on Nick, but focus on the good that is involved right now.
Yeah,
And
I mean,
to me, that's SF and Chloe.
I mean, maybe the good thing about the whole fiasco with Nick and Dog is it actually got SF to want to get involved again and
Maybe.
basically say, hey, you know what? I don't like these people. I don't like what they're doing. Let me get involved and see if I can help the situation. Maybe that's the good news and all that,
I just think we should focus on the good. And I'm really interested in what they're doing out there. I'm interested in their maps. And, Chloe got kicked off the team, got a cease and desist, and she didn't stop. And so I'm really interested in what they're doing there.
Bale
But
Hart
if you're truly in it for Sebastian, then you wouldn't want to out anything that they're doing or have any knowledge of anything that they're doing until it's
Who's
all
outing? I'm not talking about outing. I'm following their posts and their words to see what's going on because they're dropping little clues.
So
I'm
Bale
not outing.
hearing,
I don't have inside information to out.
yeah, Bale hearing Betty states, in my state, New York, as B Tim would say, you have to be physically fit and get a pepper sprayed, etc., to pass training to be a corrections officer. Training is done at the police academy. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Voices. Do you know the coworker's first name by chance?
I have no idea who you're talking about. I have no idea who you're talking about.
That's coworker, the one that searched with him.
I have no idea who you're talking about. No, I don't know. Listen, I don't know the exact details like everybody else. What I have done is been watching the overall picture and the chaos.
Did you watch JLR's?
No, I don't watch him at all.
With Seth?
No, I don't watch any of him. I think he's
so
dangerous.
You don't have the big picture if you're not watching everything. Just to be fair, I mean, you have to see everything to have a big picture. Not just what you want to watch.
What do you say, JR, at this time?
I'm pretty okay with where I'm at and where I stand.
And that's fine. I'm just saying, but that's not a big picture.
Mm-hmm. I thought JLo was covering that whole school shooting situation. I think he was talking about recently. Didn't see him do anything recently. I think the last one he did was 4 days ago. Sebastian Rogers, Shady Seth, and Mystery Kidnapper. But I didn't see him do anything. Oh, wait, no, that actually Profits Clear. That was with recent one. It was 3 days
ago. You guys are saying don't watch JLR for misinformation. How can it be misinformation when it's Seth's own words? That's what I'm watching for, is to see what Seth says, not JLR. He interviewed Seth.
Yeah,
I'm saying that gives you a big picture of everything Seth has said. That's all I mean. Queen, thanks for having me up. I'm going to hop down now. I appreciate the invite.
All right.
I'll see you guys later.
You have a good one, Jay. He was anti-Katie the first, Jay. Yeah, well, yeah, that's pretty much what JLR did in the beginning, because JLR has basically had that belief in the beginning that Katie knows. He still thinks Katie has the answers, but I think Seth has been changing people's minds and not in a good way. By the way, Voices, how's things going with you?
Oh, it's good. I thought that this was, I didn't mean to chase her off.
No, she's been on for like almost 2 hours, so I'm sure she has other things to do. No, I don't think you chased her off.
Okay.
She's been on 2 hours. Yeah, everyone kind of jumped off slowly but surely.
Okay, well, I just got here. I was listening a little bit. I had you guys in my earbuds. I was doing housework this morning. I needed to make sure I'm staying up on top of things, not living like Betty, right? Anyway.
Yeah, not to look. It's actually been 3 hours this live stream has gone on, but I think she was on for almost 2 hours talking. There was a lot of people jumping on. Oh yeah, and also she just got a new grandson. I forgot to mention her. Everyday Jay.
Oh, congratulations!
Yeah,
brand new babies are a blessing.
I'm sure she's very busy, very, very busy. And I'm glad that she took time out of her busy day to come up and explain the situation, her thoughts, and her theories. And I'm very glad for her to do that, because that makes the panel interesting. Because if everyone would have the same opinion, this would be a very boring ass fucking stream. That's for damn sure.
Well, and I think that's the glory of YouTube, because you can kind of believe where you want to believe. You can look at what you want to look at, and whether big picture for me might not be the same big picture for you, which might not be the same big picture for someone in the chat, right? And I think that it's good that people come and talk about all of this. But I still stand that there are some people that are in here, and I believe that some people that are associated with this could be dangerous to it. So
not sure why ECUP says every one of you on the panel better doing your 1099 feds are watching you. Okay, sir. I think everyone pays their taxes, including me. Unfortunately, I had to pay about 20 grand to the fucking feds every year, or more, depending on which year. And also, that's not including other things. So, pay a lot.
Trish, I can't say how watching misinformation helps.
Well, watching misinformation, like if you could, like the only way you know it was misinformation if you watched it and determined what was the misinformation.
That's how it would help, watching misinformation. Okay.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, because if someone comes in there and they get like a rumor that's said by someone, you got to go to that channel and be like, okay, what was said and what exactly was said to be misinformation? You know what I mean? And you got to watch kind of like everyone in that way. Like JLR, even like him or hate him, he's a big part of the true crime of, like him or hate him. And what he says, a lot of people will parrot and repeat, and you got to kind of know what he says, and you can't just go with a rumor like what you heard from other chats. So yeah, and sometimes he gets the correct information, sometimes he gets the wrong information. It's just how it is. Sign up here and chat to help egg the guy out.
Needs dependence.
Oh my God. I don't have dependence at all. The feds get me every year. It's just like painful, extracting my money constantly. But it is what it is. You know what? The good thing about the United States is you pay your taxes and you can basically get to say whatever you want and chill and move around about. You don't get that option in other countries. So you pay them and they leave you alone. That's a pretty good deal, I'd say, when it comes to the United States government. You don't get that type of option in other countries. Usually you pay them and they tell you what to do, so it's not that bad. But
well,
anyhow.
Listen, I can be rude. I wasn't being rude today. I can be rude. Yes. I do have a very rude side that gets activated very easily. I can be rude. I wasn't being rude today.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like people,
Well, did I miss something? I had to step away for a second.
Oh, 2 people just in the chat said that I called them, that I was rude. So I wasn't rude this morning. I didn't. So.
Well, I see Jay's gone. Did you guys get into it or something? Or
no, she had to go. She basically had to go because she had other things to do. How she had her grandson.
Right. She had a new baby. Yeah, a new grandbaby today. Hell yeah, special.
And she was on the
I just didn't know if you guys got into it. That was what you were talking. I'm sorry, I didn't know.
No, I just thought that people thought I was rude today, and I'm like, no, I didn't. I have a rude side. I was not being rude this morning.
Yeah.
I came in to have discussion. I'd been listening while I was vacuuming and dusting and sweeping and mopping, and I wanted to have legitimate discussion.
Well, yeah, and I enjoy an open panel. Like I said, I enjoy you guys coming up. I enjoy Truth when he comes up to talk. You know what I mean? When Jay comes up, when you come up, Granny comes up. You know what I mean? I enjoy everybody's input because everybody has, different things, so.
Absolutely. And I think that's what makes it interesting. And like people, like you don't want an echo chamber. You want people that will disagree with you on subjects, and you want people that will agree with. Yeah, you want that all this much. By the way, Brianna donated $20 again. Great.
What? I'm sorry?
Brianna donated $20 and she said a message.
Yeah, I seen it just pop up in the chat. Just this one you're talking about right here? Or she sent another one before?
That's the one.
Okay. Misinformation is the foundation of passive brainwashing. Repeat a lie often enough with no pushback and people begin to take it as face value. That is the root of the issue, and Voices wasn't half as rude as I was.
Let me see. My parents pay about the same amount and sometimes more, which is why they started having theirs done quarterly. Yeah, I know.
Hey, there's a great point in the chat. Riley Strain's parents hired SF. Maybe SF is going back to do any follow up with Riley's parents. He did not specifically say why he was going back to Tennessee.
I couldn't believe he, blatantly had said he thinks that Seth, essentially murdered Sebastian.
I'll be right back.
That was shocking. The day that you read that for us, that was or B Tim read it, whatever it got when we heard about it. For me, that was shocking because somebody who normally has such a cool level head, it seemed like he had hit his limit.
Yeah, or like he knows more information than what we know,
I mean, he is an investigator, right?
Hold on, Bueller. Let's see here. How are YouTubers gallivanting like this when so much misinformation comes from YouTube? There's some misinformation comes from the mainstream media as well. I mean, misinformation can come in all, shapes and forms, from the news to YouTubers to obviously family, TikTokers, people involved. I mean, look at Betty. She's misinformation every fucking day.
Do you have that statement from SF?
Yeah, it's on his Twitter.
Because I know some people didn't read it.
I'll go pull it right now. It's on his Twitter.
I'm back.
So
How
much
are YouTubers gallivanting that this is when misinformation came from?
Matter of fact, here it is right here. So I'll pull it up and we'll read it again. This might be the most terrifying post I've ever seen on Twitter, and unsurprisingly, it involves the actions of Seth Rogers and Tony Mathis. Posted in Dog the Bounty Hunters group, this disturbing message describes a plan to drug individuals in order to execute or extract critical information from subjects who may otherwise be unwilling or unable to cooperate. Shockingly, they refer to the use of Rofinol as an advanced investigative technique they plan to drug suspects in Sebastian Rogers' case. Their plan includes administering dangerous psychoactive compounds like ethanol, and I don't even know all these. I want to identify the physician willing to prescribe these substances and who conducts the interrogation so they can be arrested. This reckless, illegal, and unethical behavior poses a direct threat to the public safety. Who are the victims of this operation? If anyone has been affected by this company, please reach out to me immediately. I will connect you with the federal law enforcement agents who can take swift action. I've already contacted the TBI agent I work closely with, and the DEA will be the next on my list because this is their jurisdiction. Midazolam is an extremely potent sedative. Rofinol, infamously known as the date rape drug, sodium, whatever. Let's see. These are highly dangerous substances, and it is mind-boggling to think this idea came from Seth and Tony's think tank. I'm beginning to believe Seth may have killed Sebastian. I have always believed this was a runaway situation, but this behavior, I think there is a high probability Seth is a murderer, and Tony thinks he's some sort of fixer, probably because Tony has the same type of hidden background. Both Seth and Tony appear. My voice changer is messing up. Sorry about that. Seth is hold on. I think there's a high probability Seth is a murderer and Tony thinks he's some sort of fixer, probably because Tony has the same type of hidden background. Both Seth and Tony appear to be dangerously unhinged, desperate to cover up their crimes. What?
You need to change the batteries in that voice changer.
Yeah, they were getting a little old there.
Or you need to put it on the charger, one of the two. So yes, this is disturbing. But I can't make an allowance for what he said in there, because right is right, wrong is wrong, and he's wrong in making a blatant statement like that. He's just wrong for stating it like that.
Jeez. Yeah.
All right, Nora, you're up here with us. How are you?
Good. How you doing, Queen?
Good. How are you?
Oh, pretty good. I just kind of, wanted to get some thoughts out. I always enjoy all you guys, and you're always kind to me, so.
Absolutely. What you got to add, baby?
Good morning, Nora.
Hey, morning, voices. I just kind of wanted to say, two things can be true at once. It can be deeply disturbing what this Nick guy and his associates are putting out there, and it can also be complete and total bullshit. And we can call out both of that,
Right.
And I just, some people were kind of saying that it's not important to even pay attention to what these kind of people are saying, like grifters are saying, like Nick and all of that. But truthfully, I think there is value in digging down into what motivates these type of people,
Oh, look what Flight Nurse just came in with. Davidson County male hair policy. Police officers allowed to grow his hair on top of his head no more than 5 centimeters. There you go. While the sides and the back of his head should be less than 1 centimeter.
What's that got to do with anything?
Seth has a ponytail. How is he working in this, other than being in the garage?
Well, if he works in the jail, most of the time they're locked down.
Yeah.
There has been that theory out there for a while that he was like the parking lot security guard, but he is employed by Davison County. We have that on record. You can look that up. So I don't know. Maybe he was put on light duty was another theory that was out there.
That's a good thought. I forgot about
that.
Yeah,
and somebody else said that too, because of his injury. He wasn't doing the, like he wasn't inside the jail doing guarding the jailers. He was more like helping clean things up, doing paperwork, that kind of stuff.
Seth, and she says Seth isn't a police officer.
No.
Right. Of course not.
No, he's just a guard, jailer a guard at the jail.
A CO, not a COP.
There you go.
I don't know. With him, it's what's really weird about him is let me see. I'm sorry, I was reading the chat. Sorry, I lost my train of thought. My apologies. You can continue.
That's okay. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Let's see. Yeah, Stitching says, as a matter of fact, BTM, the panel even agreed we were being rude. No, I wasn't saying, listen, you have people that come up here and they basically put themselves out here, and you got to be a little, give them a little leeway, you know what I mean? You can't just immediately, because then people don't want to come back and they feel uncomfortable, and it's just not something you want to do. It makes a very bad situation. Sometimes there's going to be opinions people say that you're not going to agree with, and there's going to be opinions. You're welcome to your opinions to chat, but just make sure you just avoid kind of making it a very uncomfortable environment for them. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion. Anyway.
Yeah, I think the three of you guys do amazingly trying to, wrangle in all these different opinions, but letting everyone get their word in.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. That's the thing. That's a tough thing because you kind of try to let people say their opinions on a case, and sometimes you're against it, but you gotta let them talk, and sometimes they can be right. I mean, I kind of ate a little crow, yes, with Elevate when I said, "Oh, you got to be careful with the questions you ask," and then next day, they're talking about truth serum and date rape drugs, and I'm like, "Whoa, okay, I guess I was wrong with that one."
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes you're asked sometimes you're gonna ask some questions. So I was wrong with that one. I ate some little crow on that one. But there's other situations where I laughed at that one. But you gotta let people have a conversation. Um, it is what it is.
It's got to be a tough needle to thread, because you also have like a degree of responsibility. Like if someone says some really wild stuff, you don't know if there's 100 listeners that just came in and only heard a question being asked, and then they run with it, and then they post it on Twitter or etc. And the stuff can catch on like wildfire.
I can't believe you actually paid $2 to send that bowler.
Well, I could go back to our same questions we had yesterday. What doctor is going to administer these tests? What facility are they going to do these tests at? And the fact that Seth,
I think he's
a good idea.
Yeah.
I mean, ultimately, Seth is the one who says, "This is my, I'm leading this mission." So he's the end all be all. And they thought it was a good idea to put this in the Dog the Bounty Hunter group, right? Where it wasn't even put on YouTube. It was put in a Facebook group.
I personally, this is my theory with the whole thing with Nick. I think Nick is a professional troll. I think he knew exactly what to say to get people to respond to him. People have different reasons. I personally think it's just to revive his dying channel. And he thought this was the best option to do it. And I think Mr. Dog is a very busy man who has a lot of things he probably on his mind. He probably got the guy's name wrong. And he probably talked to Seth, and he probably, and Seth and Tony probably told him their theory of the case, and then he regurgitates it on a TV show, and it probably made everyone uncomfortable, and that's probably why the segment ended. But I could be wrong. I've been wrong in the past. It is what it is.
Yes, he's LARPing while raising money, stating that it's going to help find this person while he's already pledged $25,000 that's not anywhere to be found. That's dangerous, in my opinion.
Right. What really disgusts me about this is that they kind of imply that their reward is somehow connected to the FBI reward, and you'll get $100,000 and call this new tip line, and it's just more obfuscation. And it's very ironic that he has the unmitigated gall to get on YouTube and say that, hey, all of you YouTubers covering the case are causing the official tip lines to be clogged with BS. And then he just starts a new fire. Like, how? How could anyone not see through this? Like, this is vintage JLR type shit. Like, this is trolling for the love of trolling. And if he gets money, great.
Yeah. And that's what I think. I don't see some people see there's some sort of big group of people, money coming in that wanted to fund these people. I don't know. I've been around YouTube for a while, and I've seen confidence men that basically sell you that they are just they're so rich and so powerful, and you find out that they rented their Lamborghini, and they got
yeah.
it's all just basically that, and that's why I just see with Nick until I see otherwise. But I could be wrong, and that's how it is. But do I think, but people are welcome to their opinions on the case, and I think that's important. People are welcome to talk and have a discussion about it without being attacked for their opinions on the case, But I don't know. I just think Nick's don't really trust the guy, and I will see. Maybe the good news is that Mr. Dog and Nick's, publicity actually brought in SF and made more professionals actually want to jump in and look for themselves, and that's a good thing in a way. It is what it is.
I think it's TAJ88. She makes a great. They make a great point. It's deer hunting season that starts. That means people are going to be out in the woods that are, and the potential that they could come across something. It's always wise, right?
Yeah. I mean, I'm hoping. I mean, like, listen. I mean, I would rather him being like held safely in a room, and maybe like this is a whole custody situation. That would be probably the best option in this whole situation. The worst option is he ran into those woods and he never came out of those woods. You know what I mean? They just haven't found him yet, and that's like and obviously the other worst option if there's some sort of foul play. And I just think that would probably be the best option. And listen, there is no information on what the hell happened. I mean, all I know is that the very limited information that the public knows, and that's it. And we don't know. We just don't know. But I have a lot of trust with SF because I find SF that has done very well with other cases. He's actually helped find a couple of people. I mean, more than 10, right?
He just helped to find someone in Arizona right before he left for Tennessee. He's real. Yeah.
So a guy like that, I have a lot of faith in. I think
he has the legitimacies. He's got the licenses. He's got the training. He's got the knowledge, and he's also not running a YouTube channel out here. He has social media, but he uses that as, you don't see him firing up a live while he's out doing his work, right?
Yeah.
But anywho, let me see exactly plus whatever jobs they find.
Yeah. Hunting season will be huge for many cases. So many missing are found by hunters after years of professionals looking.
Yes.
Yeah. Believe me. That's
Yeah, and I'd been hearing for a month or so that Chloe's group and possibly even law enforcement, not working with Chloe, but two separate groups, would be doing searches again on the ground in fall as the foliage dies down and you have more visibility.
Yeah. And to be honest with you, Seth's group wasn't the most organized searchers. Let's just say that much. And
it's a shame because there were
ever seen search anywhere. Have we actually ever seen an ounce of search footage? Because what we did see on the news, that was stock footage. Tony told us that. Oh, well, the news wanted a shot of Seth in the boat.
Well, I know they searched that campgrounds that with JLR. We know they searched. They I think Clue said they searched, but it was very disorganized.
Yeah, they were just like speed walking around. It was not how a ground search is done with quadrants and all of that.
Yeah, and let's just count the water. Them looking into the water as a search. So I would say maybe like 3 searches that Seth was involved in.
Yeah,
I could be wrong. But yeah, and I don't even think they were very good searches. Like in my opinion, the campground one was probably the most thorough one I saw. Actually, that was pretty much it. Let me see. I don't know if I believe Betty. I got an igloo to sell you. I wouldn't believe Betty ever.
Fair play.
Yeah. Said you said. Yeah.
Oh, yes. And Betty has her snake boots, Gina. Yep. Betty got her snake boots on.
Betty, the Bepster is going to need more than snake boots on Monday. Let's just say that much. She's going to need some other things. She's going to have to learn some cooking tips from Easy Peasy.
These boots are made for walking right into the jail.
Poor snakes. Yeah, well, it is what it is. Well, what's your thoughts on this? What's your name? Nana? Something like that?
No. Oh, me? I'm Nora Pinethrin.
I'll just call you Nora if that's all right with you.
Yep.
All right. What's your thoughts?
On everything?
On everything. On anything you want to talk about.
My thoughts that I mostly just wanted to get off my chest were just kind of like what I was saying earlier. We can we can both not take people like Nick seriously when they say they're going to use all these drugs, and they have doctors at Cedars-Sinai, and they've got lawyers who used to be AGs. I mean, we can both not take that seriously and also look into the people that make such claims and why. And we don't have to go very far back into his history to know that he makes up outlandish fake stories for fun and for a little bit of money. And it
That
reminds me of a certain someone who he is friends with, whom works for the same shell corporations, where they just change the name of the company every other couple of months.
Yeah.
It does deserve a deeper look.
The campgrounds, hours from Sebastian's home, so next to no chance he was there. Yeah, that was a common thing I heard, that was too far. And then Music City Mom says, I showed up a couple of times that ended up being canceled. Took the day off for it.
That's funny, Ava.
Those were the points that I fully agree with what you said. I mean, we realized that there were other correlations, and the actions that he's doing are just like those of another. And we know of how dangerous that person can be. And if you look at how, like, from the beginning, he was first anti-Chris and Katie, and now he's turned anti-Seth, but that was only after in my opinion, it was after he couldn't find anything that was going to continue to further his anti of the Proudfoots. So what's the first thing you do? You flip the script and you go back the other, you make a U-turn, you go back the other direction.
But he himself, he himself has only flipped once. So now it's time to bring in someone different, but very similar to present the other side. And I do believe it's so no matter what happens, they come out on top, meaning they have content.
And I also think back to the day that he, in March of 2023, when he made a post, and that's kind of when all the infighting and the backbiting really got bad, because Queen stood up for Candace Wells, whom he made a reference to the Nashville, the incident that happened in Nashville. So if you do that, and then you've got Buddy fighting with people, and then the creators start turning on one another, then what happens is it destroys the TCDC and leaves those two as the last remaining reputable. I use air quotes with the words reputable. But again, if we're gonna go ahead and put on our tin foils and go down a highway, there you go. There's my theory. Anyway, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. I'm going to go off and enjoy the outdoors while we still have warm weather. So have a great day, guys. Bye.
All right. Great talking to you. Bye.
We will see you later, voices.
We'll see you later. By the way, just on a sidebar, Queen, did you hear? I know you're probably planning on jumping off in a moment, but did you see the situation with Nikocado Avocado?
No.
He just
Queen.
What happened?
What? Oh, I'm on B Tim's side. It's crazy.
What
it's
happened?
Amazing.
He was gone from the internet for 7 months. He comes back 15 hours ago, and he just shows he lost 250 pounds, and he's like super skinny.
And he's like talking like the Joker, like
He's talking like the Joker. He had a panda mask on, takes off the panda mask, and he's like talking like he's like the villain, and he's like he lost like 250 pounds. He looks like a skinny. He looks like.
Well, I mean, he was eating himself to like death, pretty much. I mean,
I'll show you that. Yeah, like here's the video. Here's like you can just look at him, because you've seen like him with like him. That's the video, and
apparently,
he's like,
oh, go on.
Like if you look at that video, look how skinny he got.
Yeah, he pre-recorded a ton of the overweight mukbang content, and so people thought, as recently as yesterday, that he still was very unhealthy. And then he just pulled the mask off.
Well, yeah, because he had gained so much weight. I mean, it was like so much weight. Here's what he looks like here. Whatever, if you guys don't know him, this is what he looks like now. This is his weight video or whatever his transformation that he wanted to show off.
2 steps ahead. I am always 2 steps ahead. This has been the greatest social experiment of my entire life. It's alluring, it's compelling, it's gripping to observe all these unwell, disoriented beings roam the internet in search of stories, ideas, rivalries, where they feel encouraged and engaged, where they involve themselves with the stories and become a product of influence. Thirsty for distraction from time unspent, spoiling their minds, yet stimulating them at the same time. It's brilliant. And it's...
Yeah, he's a fucking weirdo.
But jump to show his face. He literally lost 2. And compare to a video before.
We're back home.
He looks
really
happy.
far in front of you. You can watch it. It's all open kitchen type of thing. I think that's part of the appeal. They don't call me the mukbang king for no reason.
Oh no, he's eating it. No.
He's eating it all again. Oh my god.
Stop it, Nick.
No, Nick, no. Give some context. Okay. Nick Avocado is a mukbang channel. He basically used to be a vegan. He only known it was avocado because the fact that he loved avocados, he ate that. Started doing mukbangs, started gaining a bunch of weight. He went to a character of being this obnoxious fat guy. He would eat tons and tons of food. He would have some fights. He would eat he would do disgusting things with food. So now that and then he just kind of kept it secret that he was losing the weight and hiding it. And he just came out today that he lost 250 pounds. No one had a clue that he lost 250 pounds. Everyone thought he was still almost 400 pounds. Hey, Tim, you're so gullible. Oh my God.
Oh, to chat, that's not Nick the Hat.
That's not Nick.
Yeah. This is someone who's just been kind of a main character of YouTube for many years.
That's not Nick the Hat.
Wow. What the fuck? Yeah, I was say he's man.
Avocado has been a social experiment conducted by Harvard University. It has now concluded.
That was funny. I seen that earlier. I just wanted to show Queen. I thought that was interesting. Anyway.
Yeah, that's man. I don't know. Well, you know what? We've been on here about 4 hours. I got to get some stuff done, and I am going to be on the Hive sidebar tonight, so I will catch y'all over there later.
Yep. Thanks for entertaining me. Bye, guys.
Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate you. Let me see here. I'll go grab the Hive sidebar link right now real fast, so anybody that doesn't have it can grab it. Let's see here. Okay, so here's the Hive sidebar, and that is where we will be tonight. Let's see here. I'll go pin it. So we have it. So anybody that wants to go over there and sub up. Okay, so I replaced the pin message. So it's up there. Just click that and it'll take you right over there. I will catch y'all on the flip side. Thank you for hanging out. And no, Music City Mama, I'll go schedule it now. I will talk to y'all. I will catch y'all on the flip side. Happy Saturday, y'all.